Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Plasma space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. By creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and the emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
The new, what we call the horizontal system. This is a breakthrough for the world of science and technology, where we can hold the soul and the physicality of the man in the same condition and operation for decades. We have the capability and the knowledge to hold on to the soul, but elevate the soul of the physicality till an illness has been processed by the two together. You can walk in with all sorts of conditions which are unthinkable today to overcome, and within hours and days you walk away with no condition. The new Horizontal Enhancement Unit, in conjunction embedded in the Universal Enhancement Unit, creates conditions which man of science and technology have never known. It creates a new condition that allows man to break through all barriers, all conditions, all plasma conditions which now has created crisis around the world, can, and within the interaction of the two systems together, create conditions that man will be from every condition of what we call collection of the fields of the plasmas in the universe. You walk on the surface of the planet, you absorb energy-packed plasmas which can endanger the life. You walk into the what we call horizontal system within a universal enhancement unit, and within minutes, the balance of the fields completely allowing a new dimension and a new, what we call field transformation. In a way, if you look at this system, if you see and understand, at the moment today, we imprison our people because of their mental condition. Within minutes, within these systems, we can reach not only the soul of the man, but the conduct of the physicality of the man which connects to the soul of the man. The application and implication of the new horizontal system is beyond imagination. If you remember years ago, months ago, I explained that in the universe we have no prisons, no one misconducts, because man in the process of life will be put into these systems and you will see the change. There'll be no addiction. Those who are addicted to cocaine and heroin and the rest of it, within minutes in these systems will overcome the desire. The introduction of these systems brings a total radical change in the world of science and technology. It's not a theory. Some of these systems have already been tested and they show their effectiveness. They show their work. In a way, we change the prisons. We change sentencing to people to life in boxes, to enhancing their soul, their physicality, and within minutes, within days, they shall become a perfect man. These are not dreams anymore. These are the realities, systems, technologies, which is available to man. It's the responsibility of the governments to promote and deliver these to the prison cells, to change and close the square boxes where we put many people for years without knowing why and what's the reason. This brings a closure to mental institutes where there is no need for man to be locked up when the level of the understanding of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man does not create the balance. This technology, introduction of the new horizontal and vertical system, is a major, major breakthrough in the work of the Keshe Foundation and in the time to come. We introduce to you today a massive, major breakthrough, which many of you have been waiting for, and as of next year is available to all of us.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 14th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Korik, and along with each and every one of the participants in this meeting, those who we can see in the physicality and those who, like Diane, may be here on the soul level, and we elevate her soul. We're seeing many new developments. Mr. Keshe mentioned this non-dimensional plasma system. We see the horizontal unit, which now we understand is embedded within the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. And of course, that UBISOS, for short, has been converted into a much smaller, more mobile type of unit where you can just wear headphones and have your hands on a transmitter receiver type of process. And this will be part of the new wellness that will be connected to non-dimensional systems where it's indicated that we need no containment for the plasma. You'll be interacting with the soul of the universe directly from the creator, being taught directly from the creator without teachers, without intermediaries, and the rest of it. So it's a very phenomenal stage we're in, and of course it's only the beginning of these systems, which we'll talk about and try to cover a little bit today. We know there's also children's teachings which are going to be revitalized, I think, by a couple of the knowledge seekers, although Mr. Keshe is going to oversee it and be sure the protection of the children is there. So if you have younger people, maybe 7 to 11, something in that age, and you'd like them to have an experience with some of the knowledge, feel free to join us. Maybe we'll play that at the end. But many openings are happening. This knowledge is again going to be transferred through the soul, and these new children of Mitra are going to have a lot of work to do and getting us to work with the universal community in a much deeper and profound way that we've never experienced. We've only imagined about it, and as we know, with many countries, our perception is not absolutely correct. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. And Mr. Keshe seems to be opening up some of these religious books in the last number of teachings. I think in the two before this past Thursday, we heard about Muhammad, bless his name, and some of the anomalies within that sort of structure. And then, of course, he's gone on to Moses and the rest. And a lot of the things we have believed in these books, and I think the reason he's opening these things up is because many people are trapped within that dimension, and they have quite a reverence for what's being taught, the mysticism of it, and the rest, many mysteries. And this, of course, keeps many of us ignorant. But he's opening this up to free the people more and more from the cage of the physicality. And it doesn't matter whether it's the Vatican, the rabbis, the Buddhas, the Ayatollahs, or the rest. He seems to be, in a way, putting them all together and trying to end the abuse of the man through these structures. But again, it's not closing these structures. It's actually elevating humanity to understand the tainted work that many of these organizations, businesses are actually doing. Often, Mr. Keshe says they cash out your pocket and your soul. But now we're learning to understand our soul, to find our soul, to work with our soul. And it's just the beginning of all these processes. And what we experienced last Friday and what will continue in these upcoming sessions are be quite profound. So before we get into all that, I think we're going to read the World Peace Treaty. And feel free to interact in this meeting. No one's going to stop you from sharing. We all have microphones, and maybe that little bit of knowledge or something that's pushing you to say something, the you within you, maybe that needs to be brought out, that others can hear and learn and experience from what you've experienced. As we understand, we learn from each other, and not only the systems that we're interacting with, but the systems are quite profound, and the maturity of the soul is reaching a level that these things are being introduced and made available for all of us. So anytime, feel free to jump into the fray. The water's fine. But first, before we go anywhere, we're going to read the World Peace Treaty. Again, a very simple document, but as you consider it more and more, it's quite profound. And of course, it's between you and your soul, no one else. It's an agreement that you make to move in a peaceful direction. And this is what we see in space, except for perhaps a few of the universal community who want to show they exist. Mr. Keshe says it's mostly quite a peaceful place. And there isn't the killing and abuse that we see in the physicality dimension. So this is something you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. I think it's under About. And let's just see if that comes up. Yeah, here it is right here, World Peace Treaty. So this is where you can find it. You can print it. And again, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And that's the beauty of this understanding. We always thought we needed a physical thing to confirm we've done something, but we can do this in the dimension of energy, in the dimension of our soul. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And I think we'll be continuing to share it and read it until we've gotten to that level of peace, a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, or souls. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held, and again, on behalf of. Are you standing in the breach for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual? Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And this is a new way that we're bringing the peace. Someone had said the way to peace is through war. War brings peace. But again, this has been going on for so many thousands of years, 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years on this planet, and it has not brought peace. It's just brought more fighting and more chaos and more destruction. So we're moving into a new dimension where we can bring the changes through the energy and see the results in the physicality. And you're all part of it. That's why we're practicing and participating in these sessions. And so you're helping to bring the change, whether you realize it or you don't realize it, and we're all part of it. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it, download it, you can hand it out. And I think by displaying it and talking about it, it gives others the strength they need to realize they can wish for peace as well. It's almost like praying for peace in a way, but if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving from that soul will create that position of change. No other thing. So this is the way we're bringing the change, and Universal Council is learning this, and we're all learning about this plasmatic way of working rather than in the matter state and try to bring the changes. So now that we're all in a peaceful collective condition, what we've been doing is we've been reading through this paper is called A Global Community of Shared Future, China's Proposal and Actions. This is called a white paper, which is something that's been put up in September of 23, calling the nations in a way to come to their senses and sit down and let's collaborate and cooperate and work together. And here are some of the proposals that they're mentioning. I'm just trying to, let's see, I'm just looking for where we were. Okay, sorry. There it is. Okay. I thought I had lost the highlight. So we've been reading little pieces of this. It's a long paper, but I think it's well thought out, and it's almost as if it was written in a way by the Keshe Foundation. Of course, this is a matter state document, but most of the countries are still in the matter state, as well as the rulers and the ambassadors and the rest of this. So this is a document that can be shared, and they're asking the nations to come together and think about our future. Do we want to wreck the whole place, or do we want to move forward? I know many are saying that what's happening in the Middle East and is going to lead to a greater thing, but I think other decisions have been made by the universal community and others to bring an end to this in a very short period of time, and huge changes on this planet, that it doesn't extend into a broader regional or even world conflict between nations. So this is what we're wishing for, and this is what's being delivered. And China has basically put the pen to the paper and has laid out some great proposals, I think, here for other. It's not in stone, but it's open for negotiations. And this is the idea. Let's sit down and work together. I know the BRICS nations have been calling the West to come and join in this process and move away from the idea of endless wars, that we can only bring peace through conflict. That has got to end, and obviously it's not happening in space. And this is what one of the reasons we're working is to bring a permanent peaceful condition to the soul and the inhabitants of this planet. So we'll continue reading it. Would anyone like to read this? And we can hear your lovely voice. Practicing true multiculturalism. Building a global community of shared future requires practicing true multiculturalism. Building cliques in the name of multiculturalism is no more than bloc politics. Seeking supremacy in the name of multiculturalism is still unilateral thinking. Selective multiculturalism is practicing double standard. The world should be fair and free from domineering practices. China opposes all forms of unilateralism and the formation of camps and exclusive cliques targeting specific countries, and opposes actions that undermine the international order, create a new Cold War, or stoke ideological confrontation in the name of so-called rules-based order. China firmly upholds the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, as well as the authority and status of the United Nations. Just a moment. The various confrontations and injustices in today's world do not arise because the purposes and principles of the UN Charter are outdated, but rather because these purposes and principles are not effectively followed. China maintains that for the world, there is only one system, which is the international system with the United Nations at its core. There is only one order, which is the international order based on international law, and that there is only one set of rules, which is the basic norms governing international relations based on the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. China actively participates in and leads the reform of global governance system. It follows the vision of global governance featuring extensive consultation and joint contributions for shared benefits. That is, global affairs must be discussed by all. Governance systems built by all, and benefits of governance shared by all, so that every country is a participant, contributor, and beneficiary of world peace and development. Why don't we read the number 5? Would anyone like to help me? Promoting the common values of humanity. China advocates peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom, the common values of humanity. With an open mind, China understands that different civilizations have different understandings of the nature of these values and respects the efforts of people in different countries to explore their own development paths. It goes beyond the narrow historical limitations of the so-called universal values and promotes the common values of humanity embedded in Chinese civilization. These are the values embodied in pursuing a global community of shared future. Peace and development are a common cause. A tree of peace cannot grow on barren land, nor can it bear the fruits of development amidst the flames of war. The fundamental solution to various global challenges lies in the seeking peace and achieving development. Equity and justice are common ideals. No country should act as it pleases or ride roughshod over others. Democracy and freedom are the common goals of humanity. There is no single model of democracy that is universally applicable, far less a superior one. Democracy is not Coca-Cola, tasting the same across the world as the syrup is produced in one single country. Democracy is not an ornament, but a solution to real problems. Attempts to monopolize the patent of democracy, arbitrarily define the standards of democracy, and fabricate a false narrative of democracy versus authoritarianism to provoke confrontation between political systems and ideologies are practices of fake democracy. Promoting the common values of humanity is not about canonizing the values of any particular country, but about seeking common ground while reserving differences, harmony without uniformity, and fully respecting the diversity of civilizations and the right of all countries to independently choose their social systems and development paths. The more advanced human society becomes, the more important it is to strengthen exchanges and mutual learning among civilizations. All countries should treat each other with respect and as equals, discard arrogance and prejudice, deepen understanding of the differences between its own civilization and others, and promote dialogue and harmonious coexistence between different civilizations. Every country should value its own civilization, appreciate others, and facilitate their common progress. We should keep our own civilizations dynamic and create conditions for other civilizations to flourish. Together, we can make the garden of world civilizations colorful and vibrant. All countries should be open and inclusive, promote mutual learning, strive to remove all barriers to cultural exchanges, and seek nourishment from other civilizations to promote the common development of all civilizations. All countries should progress with the times, explore new ground in development, take in the best of the present age, and sustain the development of civilizations through innovation. Okay, I think we'll stop there. But again, this is almost a blueprint for our operation in space. Again, accommodating, giving, receiving, interacting without killing, respecting the others, exchanging energies, and so on and so forth. So in a way, it's almost like a prerequisite of us interacting with other civilizations throughout the universe. And we know there's probably an untold number of these civilizations, and they've been interacting and cooperating quite well over the millions and billions of years that they've existed in the universe. And this is part of Mr. Keshe's work, is to bring planets, their inhabitants, into the universal community. Even though they're already belong to the universal community, they've never experienced the interactions and the pleasures of being able to move between the two dimensions of energy and physicality. So this is a beautiful document. We're going to continue to read this document as we move along. And of course, China has taken up the flower of the Keshe Foundation and has signed on in a formal agreement, apparently, with the foundation. I haven't seen the agreement, but this is what's voiced, and they have a huge role to play in this development, as they're playing the role in the BRICS organizations as well. I think Russia is involved in that, and imagine if we had all the major countries. So It sounded in the workshop 520 that Mr. Keshe is bringing the two major governments together, which I would consider the United States and China. Although we've been rattling war sabers over Taiwan and the rest of it, it's just unbelievable that a country that makes most of the products we have on our shelves we want to have a conflict with over a small piece of land that apparently the international community has already agreed that it is China. But apparently the chip manufacturing and the rest of this has caused some interference and worries. But if we can all work together as one planet, one nation, one race for world peace, I don't think it'll matter. And the borders will be coming down shortly. So will it even be called China? Maybe for a while, but we'll just say we're from Earth. And of course, the soul knows no countries and no ethnicities or any of that. And I think we'll find this more as we move into this dimension of energy or space experience. And that was part of what was happening in these upcoming sessions of preparation for transmutation. Would anyone like to say anything about this document or anything along this line? Because we're going to have to work together with the universal community as well. So this is, in a way, preparing us to go into the big leagues. And if we can't get it done in the minors, we certainly aren't going to be able to do it in space. So I think this is the goal, to reach peace, to bring this planet to a peaceful, permanent condition, or the soul of this planet and its inhabitants. And again, a lot of this work is up to you to do. We're learning to teach ourselves, but we're also interacting with the soul of the universe, as I see it, as the creator. So we're being taught, and knowledge is being transferred on that dimension as well. So there's many aspects of this, and but I just think this is a beautiful paper put forth. I'm sure Mr. Keshe has read it, maybe not before it was published, and may have put a few touches on it, but I think the Chinese know, and they've been briefed, and now they've actually seen the technology, and maybe other countries, those videos, or if it was recorded, has been shared with others, and maybe that's the reason Mr. Keshe is mentioning the United. He sort of mentioned it at the end that we wanted to save face for America in the Middle East situation. So apparently they're being brought in together in the background, and maybe at some point we'll see the President of the United States, along with the Premier of China, President of China, sitting down and announcing world peace or cooperation and collaboration into space, rather than waving guns and the rest of it and pointing things at each other that shouldn't be there. So this is the period we're coming into, and this is what we've been working for, and this is what will be delivered, what has been promised. Any comments from anyone? If not, we will go to the workshop. I thought we'd perhaps start with the store. They have the transmutation preparation sessions coming up, and this will be from January to July. I think this coming Friday will be the first. I think that's the 19th of January, and that'll be the first of these sessions that is preparing you to understand or to work with this, your own soul, but also the understanding of the transmutation is going to get deeper and deeper as we go further and further into these sessions. And I know Mr. Keshe said that they're sort of putting together a group that's been there on a regular basis, so it may not be, although you can apply for it, you may not be accepted. And I don't know what the limits are, but he seemed to indicate that at the end of the workshop, that some of these sessions are limited availability, but you can apply and see if you can become part of this working together. He sort of said this is like a group in a way that's being, well, maybe we should just go and listen to what Mr. Keshe said. And if we talked about the land of honey and milk. And perhaps we can just go to something on, I'm going to have to bring this up, and then I'm going to see if we can move our slide down near the end, although we wanted to start here. I think we'll just hear a couple minutes here about this, and then we'll go to another section where he talked about these transmutation preparation sessions, let's say. I'm not sure if we're in the right place, but we're close.
Much for today, and we'll see you next time. And I'm sure I'll meet about 100 of you tomorrow in the, what do you call it, the session of understanding the emotion of loving and receiving and giving. Thank you
And
very
let's
much.
just mention about the transmutation sessions coming up every third Friday of the month from January through to June. And
again, yes, this has a limited application, limited people are going to accept on this, because we have to do a lot of things for transmutation, elevation, and everything else. And gradually they become one, this group, and they build up the essence of the building blocks of man's transmutation. You understand gradually. You know, I do things in a very subtle, hidden way, and this is one of them. Those chosen souls will be there to go to the next step and the rest.
So you could see, as he said, I do things in a very sort of hidden and subtle way. Subtle and hidden, he was saying. So that's what's happening in these. There's a limited amount of people who can attend, but we're asking you to apply and to come to these sessions. You can go to the store and you can see where it is. You can sign up for all 6 sessions with a discount. 6 sessions are 1,650 euro. 1 session is, they're each 300 euro plus value added tax, and which is about 20%. So if you were going to sign up, it would be 360 euros. Plus you have, depending on which country you're from, an exchange rate, whether the euro is above your currency or below, that it may actually be even more than 360. Probably from the United States, it's closer to 400 because of the exchange rates. But again, many phenomenal things are happening in these sessions, and we're preparing all of us to go through the transmutation, and the ones who learn it will then be teaching the others. And I think these sessions will come down in price over the longer term, but right now the system is being developed and the rest of it. So here's your opportunity to take part in a very beautiful process. And again, sometimes it's more subtle than actually you're seeing fireworks and everything else in these sessions. I know in the last session I fell asleep a few times, short naps, and then one was a longer one, but I did have a dream about Mr. Keshe. I was in my dream and he was saying to people, anyone want to go into the next session, raise your hand. And I was in the back of the crowd and I was raising my hand, and I didn't think Mr. Keshe saw my hand. But and then the dream came to an end. But that was just a little short thing that happened in one of the sessions. And then we went back in because the session was open for probably close to 12 hours. And so they officially concluded the earlier part, and then people were allowed to go back in there and just to experience this beautiful balance of the fields of the soul of the existence in a way. But of course, everyone had different experiences. I think, I don't know if a lot of them were shared. And in the final hour, I went to sleep from my time, 5 to 6 p.m., which would be about midnight CET time. And I'm sure glad I didn't snore because my microphone was open and I had certainly fallen asleep quite deeply. And I think that's where some of this work goes on while you're resting like that. But it was just a beautiful session. And hopefully I didn't disturb anyone with my open mic, but I think someone was there to close it. But I had fallen asleep and woken up and the mic was still open, probably for the last hour. And earlier than that, I was actually reading the transcript from Elias, which was very nice. I had gone through this just to see if I could understand a little bit more about what I was doing in this session. And just to understand it a little bit more. So you're all welcome to take part. You're not guaranteed a virtual seat, but you can make application. He seems to be bringing a group together in some way, and maybe this will be part of a mass transmutation. I think he talked about transmuting all of you together. So this is one of the ideas. Now, if we go to the workshop, let's see what happened to this. And we go to the break. I think it was, let me see, at about 1:02. He explained a little bit more about these sessions. So we'll just go back to somewhere around here. And we'll start again. And what I'd like to do is just move this screen this way and see if we can listen to the words and follow the teachings. I'm going to have to move this one back to 1:02. And I know he mentioned about these ceramic cups that are back in, and a knowledge seeker has sent me a video on this. And we've heard other very good reports on these ceramic cups where the GANs material and probably other plasmas that we're not even aware of, or technologies we're not even aware of, are embedded within these ceramic cups. So we're going to look at that. And again, drinking water can bring such a change. Of course, it's not only water, but let's see if we can follow this.
Half of the program.
Yes, willing and able, I hope.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to say before we dive into some of the questions here?
Yes, a couple of things. First of all, please, those of you who join us as a second part of the, what I call the love sessions of giving love and receiving love, which you had on the, what you call 22nd of December, in tomorrow's session, try if you can to come in with 2 headphones. You will feel much deeper. And those of you who have access to 4 sets, you will feel totally different with it.
Now, I was only in there with 2 headsets, and apparently if you have 4 headsets and you can arrange it in a certain way, I don't know what the setup is. He explained it verbally, but I didn't quite understand how to position these headsets. And of course, you need either 2 cell phones with 2 splitters, or you need 1 with 4, and the mic must work as well as the inbound communication, and it has to have a setup for outbound communication. Anyone understand how 4 headsets would be positioned, if they'd like to share that? I know he hasn't explained it per se. I'd like to see a drawing of that, but it's a much deeper experience than just a single headphone, one in the right ear and one in the left ear. The second one I positioned in the front of the head, and then on the back of the head where the skull kind of curves and goes down. And that's where I had mine. I think that was correct. Well, it was correct for me. But if not, we will continue on. And you can consider signing for any of these sessions, one of them or all of them if you can. And it's about the development of the system that the eventuality will be that everyone is going to come in. I think by the end of the year, he's saying thousands of people will be joining in these sessions. And we've seen them up to 2 and 200 and 300 trying to get in. Although that public session, I think that was a bit limited too, where some people weren't able to join or they didn't get the invitation, but that was an open public session. That was a few Thursdays ago, a couple Thursdays ago. So let's continue.
Your experiment, what I call you experience something very special, hopefully, as we create a new condition. That's why we brought this session in, for you to feel the difference. As I explained in the first part of the teaching, you will understand the difference and how it was done and how it will be done. And then you understand the essence of your own creation and yourself. The other part is, I have been asked by our, what we call the store, that what was ceramic cups and things are back in the store. They wanted to be promoted, which now is easier way to do than the regular advertising of the Rick does.
Okay, so has anyone used the ceramic cups? I can think of one person that is here, and I'm not sure if they want to open their microphone or not. Well, I'm just looking in the list. It appears they've gone. Joseph, yes. You're not the person I was thinking of, though. Has your mic popped open by mistake? Okay, it looks like it has. I'll mute it for you unless you're speaking and you're having an issue, technical issue. Okay, no problem. Let me see if I can mute it for you. All right, that's good. But anyway, here is one of the, anyone else want to make any comments on these cups? Daniel?
Yeah, so I bought one, Mark.
Can you come a little closer to your microphone or yell a little louder from your position?
Can you hear me now?
That's good.
Yeah, I was sitting back and relaxing, I guess. I'm too prone to do that, Mark. Yeah, I bought the ceramic cup for energy. And I misread the directions and I unfortunately drank too much. So I set them aside. I'm not sure what had happened was that it did affect me adversely because I was getting too much energy rather than the amount that was listed as take another portion of such and such. But I assumed that was just at the end of the day, but I didn't know what the amount was I was to take for the breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Now, which cup did, I know there are, as I understand, there's 4 ceramic situations. One is for plants as a potter or a
Yeah.
pot for plants. Now, the other 3 are, so that would be for vertical people. And this would, I know Mr. Keshe talked about being able, using these pots, and he showed us how to do it in a way without purchasing the things from the store, but you would be able to go on vacation for a month or 2 and they wouldn't need to be watered. So he said, now there's no excuse for you not to say you can't go on vacation for a month because the pot will actually feed more fields to the plant. It didn't even need watering. Did you, Daniel, did you get any of those?
I got
potters?
the one for energy, Mark.
Okay, I think that's Life. Is that the one they call Life or overall?
Yeah, that was the one.
Would you have the instructions near you, or would
I
you be
used
able to?
let me give me a moment, Mark. I'll
Yeah.
go get
And
box.
what I'll do is, I noticed Jacko was here, but apparently he left. He sent us a video, and let's just see if we can just play. Let's see if we can play this. And another knowledge seeker I'm aware of that by sipping on this cup of pressure, apparently there's, well, let me just, let's just see if we can do something here. And if we bring this over here, and if we go to the Keshe Foundation store and we look up under ceramics, these are what we were talking about. Now, this is a ceramic. I'm not sure if it's from China, but I think it was, since they have whole villages or regions that are dedicated to pottery and so on. And the energies or the ganses themselves are embedded within the ceramic. So if we were to click on one of these, this one obviously is for the plants, it looks like. Okay, so the handmade cups, it's the what they're calling both the ceramic bowl, both in sweet, pressure, and life variants. And for our vertical friends, which we call the vertical people, we have created the Keshe handmade ceramic plant feeder pot to enjoy their growth in perfectly balanced GAN's fields environment. So this would be for the plants. It's 139 plus shipping plus taxes, and these are the different cups. I'm not sure about the bowls for what's the difference between them, but you can see the range of them. But again, for pressure, if you're being monitored by a doctor, and I think you can work with a doctor on this, just the copay alone is probably $50 or more in the United States when you go in to see your doctor. And if you're having a pressure issue, this could be resolved. Daniel, are you back with us? Maybe not yet.
Still looking for it, Mark.
Yeah, no, take your time. I just wanted you to read this. Maybe we can glean a little bit more information from this. But they're coming back in stock again. If you just click on this and you look, it says out of stock. But Mr. Keshe, apparently they're just going to update the store in a very short time to put them back in stock. And again, this is another one. Here are these now, again, this is very interesting. Here it says limited quantity. This product is released for testing purposes only. Every purchase is associated with signing in a test volunteering waiver prior to delivery. Daniel, did you do that?
Which?
Did you sign a waiver and go into this for testing? And report back what you've noticed?
No, I ordered it from the store, Mark,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
there was nothing like that.
Okay.
Okay, now I can read the directions here.
Okay. Please.
It says,
slowly and clearly, please, Daniel. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Ceramic customable drinking with regular drinking water in the cup or bowl. Let it sit for a minimum of 30 minutes. Drink 3 times a day before meals. 1 cup of water in the morning, 1 at lunchtime, and 1 in the evening. Drink an additional 30 milliliters before going to sleep. Now, here's where I got mixed up on the directions, because it doesn't say for the morning or at the mealtime, the amount. And it only mentions 30 milliliters, or 30 milliliters before bed. So I assumed, I didn't know what the other 3 portions were during the dinner.
Somebody was reporting earlier.
I just took, so I took actually a full cup each time.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't later until Mr. Keshe made it more clear that do not take 30 milliliters at any given consumption. So by that time, it was a little bit late. I'd already made the mistake.
Somebody was telling me that they sipped the cup. That was the instructions they understood, was that you just take sips of it during the day.
Yeah, no, I never heard that. Perhaps I wasn't listening. I can't say that I'm 100% listening at any given time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I just I just assumed what I should be taking. And then I took another 30 milliliters before going to bed.
And when you say you had too much energy, what does that mean? You were banging off the walls, or you were not wanting
No.
to go to sleep? You couldn't sleep? What?
No, nothing like that. I didn't notice that I was actually getting any extra energy. Excuse me. But what essentially had occurred is that the shape of my face actually changed. And it took me a while to recover from that.
Did somebody notice, or did you notice?
Oh, I noticed, no, nobody, at that time I wasn't, socializing at all, so, it wasn't, nobody was gonna tell me.
Okay,
It was.
so you became more beautiful, or?
No, not actually. More the opposite.
You said you had to recover. What does
Yes,
this mean?
I stopped drinking the water from the can.
Uh-huh,
I have not drank it since then.
okay.
Not that not if I were to take the proper amount, it would do any harm. And it probably would be a benefit. But I reacted so adversely to it that I had backed away from it entirely.
Right, I was talking to someone earlier today, and their blood pressure went from 154/86 to 129/60. I'm not sure the amount of time, but they said they were just sipping on the pressure cup,
Mhm.
and this was the results. And they felt it when they were up in the 150. They knew something was wrong with them, and this apparently had processed them down to almost a perfect balance. What is it, 120/60? Who knows what ideal is, but maybe different from
In
that.
that range, Mark. I'm also, due to my condition, I'm on blood thinners and,
Oh, yeah.
you know, drugs to control my blood pressure.
Hmm.
So my blood pressure reading is in between 110 and 115.
So you're trying to bring it up a little.
Yeah, sometimes I feel a little bit less energetic than I
Yep.
should.
I
Yeah.
understand that. But anyway, what I was going to say, where did that one go? This is a video I want to share here, and stay on the line, Daniel.
Sure, I'm still here, Mark.
Okay, and this was made the other day, I think.
These are my three ceramics. One is the life, second one is the sweet, and the third one is the pressure. So in the morning I take a few zips, like I do now, and then I give the water back to Mother Nature and fill it up again with fresh water. I do this with all the 3 cups. So that there's always a fresh water in all of them.
Okay, and this gentleman also worked with a doctor and reported very good results with the pressure, as I understand it. So there's one for pressure, one for sugar, and one for life, I think it's called. That must be the one that you have, Daniel.
Yes, it would seem to be although I don't have it in front of me, Mark, it looks like the one on the far right.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
I haven't purchased any of these, including the planter one, but apparently they have worked quite well for the two people that I know that have reported back. And
Yeah.
this is one of them. So they've noticed very good results, and working with the doctor have reduced any sort of tablets.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that at all, Mark. Number one, I was way back in the early beginning of the online teaching. I made several of the GANs, the major ones. I managed
Yes.
to have an outbreak of, in fact, this occurred twice, an outbreak of shingles. And I soaked a washcloth in the CO2. And within 24 hours, the first time I didn't recognize it for what it was. And it was a little quite serious at one point. Then I realized, well, it is what it is. It looks like it's shingles, because my daughter was a nurse and informed me that. So I said, it's a virus, I should be able to control it. And I did start using the CO2 GAN, and yet it came under control within 2 days. I ended up with some scarring, but it could have got much more severe. Then about 2 months ago, I noticed a reoccurrence in the same nerve as the previous. But this time I recognized it for what it was immediately. Within 24 hours, Mark, it had gone with no trace. The reason I recognized it was that I was sort of, the odd time I sort of rub on the scars, because they're thicker than the normal skin.
Yeah.
So essentially, I noticed, well, it seemed to be a little more sensitive than normal, so I pushed on it and I felt the pain. Then I looked in a mirror and I saw, it's a blister. So I immediately started the treatment with the CO2 GAN, and by the next day it was gone. So that shows how effective as an antiviral CO2 is.
Yes, that can be quite debilitating. Even I had a boss and they couldn't go to work when they had those shingles. Quite debilitating.
Yeah, I had them originally around 42 years of age. And then of course, I was always thinking if I had another reoccurrence, which was around my waist, but this time it was on my face. And so the key was I didn't recognize it for what it was.
Right.
But
I had spoken to a nurse in the last few months, and they told me that they had gotten shingles after they were injected with something. And they said they had never experienced shingles in their life. And this was a registered nurse.
well,
But
you know what
Yeah.
made me aware of the first time was in listening to some of, the online knowledge seekers talking. And one guy said that, with the electrical tape had come in contact with the CO2 GAN and he got shingles. So I said, I'd been using the electrical tape in holding together, the various components of the cups as a cup of man. And then I said, well, probably I've got the same thing. So that's when I applied the CO2 GAN the first time. But by then, of course, the scarring was quite severe.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone report electrical tape and shingles as a
Yes.
combination. And
Yeah,
I've
no.
used a lot of electrical tape.
Yeah, just be careful not to let it get in touch with the GAN marker.
Yeah.
You might get some side effects you'd rather not have. But
Any
no,
other-
go ahead.
No, any other thoughts or comments? Would you rate it as a positive?
Oh,
For
yeah,
you?
definitely. because I make a mistake doesn't mean that the product is bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to do that, but whoever wrote those instructions should have been more specific. You know, because you don't know what the other three that would be taken with dinner, how much you should be taking. There's only
Right.
a mention of another 30 centimeters before going to bed.
Right. Right. Another
What about
30
the other 40?
milliliters. Yeah, I know Mr. Keshe wants the feedback, good and bad, to see
Yeah,
where
well-
they can make any improvements. That's probably why he said these were out for test.
Well, you would think that the people who wrote the instructions, and perhaps they're not familiar with the English language. Hard to say. But the instructions were incomplete.
Mhm.
And later on, somebody had mentioned the same problem. And he said, no, you should never take any more than 30 centimeters each time around.
30
And-
milliliters.
Or 30 milliliters, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's just one of those things, you know, we're into dealing with a totally new area. And sometimes we're not following the directions as well as we should.
Right. A lot of times we think more is better.
That's right.
You put more soap in the washing machine and obviously the clothes should come out better, but then you can't rinse the soap out of that. You can't without multiple rinses. So yeah, we always go for the bigger and the stronger. Where I know Mr. Keshe is using drops. He said he goes for the smaller and the weaker. He said one drop from your cup of life or your cup number 2, or you don't need the whole cup, he said many times. But the other person that's reported on this said they just sip the cup. And of
Yeah.
course, they let the water stand for about 24 hours. You're saying that you only need about 30 minutes in these cups.
Exactly. And I always gave it 30 minutes or more.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you know, if you overdo it, you're not going to get the results that you would like to see.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, I got another tale is when I was in Peru. And the fellow who was making the GANs at that time,
Yes, I think I've heard this story before, and it wasn't a positive story, was it?
no, what he was leaving the caustic without washing it off. And that had very severe results for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was,
With these cups, there's no caustic. There, all you're doing is adding tap water, distilled water,
Mhm.
mineral water, whatever you'd like here. So there's no making of ganses and having to rinse. And apparently they thought the caustic was good for you because
Yeah,
it's
this was a
well known to
German-
be a toxin.
well, exactly, and this is what Mr. Keshe said later on, you know, that he found out what they were doing in Germany. And this fellow in Peru never listened to Keshe, he'd listen to everybody else.
Uh-huh.
And this fellow in Germany, who actually had a name that sounded Arab. And they were into just about everything. But
Yeah,
the-
sometimes we think we have a little bit of knowledge, we have it all, but as Mr. Keshe said a couple of workshops ago, if you go on a scale of 1 to 100, the knowledge seekers haven't reached a number 1 in making of ganses. So we're quite infantile in our understanding of the knowledge of GANs production, even though the 4 basic ones are pretty simple to make. You can go on the Keshe Wiki and you can see that, but our overall knowledge of GANs making hasn't reached 1% yet. So listening to others sometimes can be detrimental to you since they don't have a full understanding.
Yes, and what had happened was that I was imbibing quite an bit of this toxic gas. Because I was following a protocol from, I can't remember his name now. But the key was that following a protocol, I thought, maybe, if I've got prostate, the beginning of prostate cancer, this might help me pass that. So I've been imbibing this for about 30 days. And I felt my whole metabolism go down. The result of that was I ended up about 6 months later with a heart attack and a stroke. That's how, and I can remember Mr. Keshe as angry as you can imagine
Yeah.
about this group in Germany.
Yeah.
But then you had the fella who I went to visit originally in Peru, following this gang from Germany. And I didn't realize he was leaving the caustic on, because at that time I knew you should remove it.
Yeah. And how many years ago was that, Daniel?
That was when I had my heart attack. It probably was around, I would say maybe early September, late August of 2018.
Okay,
I had
so
a stroke at the beginning of 2019. And then, of course, had to return to my hometown in order to take advantage of the health care.
medical. Yeah.
But it's one of those things, we're dealing with very powerful products. We sometimes don't think about it because it looks like water.
Yeah, or you think your knowledge seeker that you're listening to has a full understanding when, as I understand it, none of us really have that full understanding. So with these cups, all you're doing is adding the tap water. The GANS is embedded within the ceramic material.
Oh yeah, well, there's no severe results from my overindulging in the cup of life. It was a temporary thing, and then a couple of months later there was no tracing. But it had sort of affected me in a way that, well, maybe I won't revisit that cup.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't doubt that had I been following the proper protocol, nothing but benefits would have occurred from it. So I may go back now that you're bringing it up again. I may go back to using that cup again.
Good.
And this time I know what to do.
Yes. Yes, we
Makes a
learn
difference.
by our mistakes, or sometimes we learn from the mistakes of others.
Exactly. So I hope I've given some information that it will avoid some of these complications along the way for others. And we have to listen very carefully when we're dealing with a new area of science. And we can't play games because we're not dealing with what looks like water. We're dealing with the very basis of the energy which forms this universe.
Yeah.
And which forms us.
Yeah.
But if I go to tell my family about it, well, I might as well be the local escape artist from the local asylum. and I mean that in the psychological asylum. So it's one of these things that we're excited about. We know that whatever is coming from this is going to change radically the way we behave and the way we conduct ourselves as a civilization. And because of that, we want to pass this good news on to other people. But it's difficult to understand in a very basic way that they're being subjected to I would say information that is exactly the opposite as to what this technology is bringing.
Mm.
It's
Well, you
exactly
sound
what
well.
happened.
You
Oh,
you
go
do
ahead, Mark.
sound well. You don't sound like you're a day over 60.
No, actually, I don't look that either. You know, I mean, when I came across the border back into Canada, I had to take a photograph to get through the customs. And I looked like the screen. That's how bad, that's how bad a shape I was in.
Yeah.
And it was kind of odd, but I knew that I needed CH3. So I asked my daughter to buy some lemon pie for me, which contains a lot of sugar. And instead of sharing it with my granddaughters, I ate the whole thing. And they thought maybe I was being very selfish. But, you know, it was just a matter of I had to have that energy back again.
Yes.
You know, it's very easy to make a mistake or not trust somebody else, or to trust somebody else that you shouldn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, because this person in Peru, he had a way of attracting people. He was a sociopath, and he had a way of doing things that would attract people. And he had quite a bit of people following him, but he never did things properly. But he would lie about it.
Yeah.
You know, and he would follow. And I can remember sitting there listening to the teaching, and I was there for 2.5 years. And essentially, during all that time, he never listened once to Mr. Gates. It was always whoever else was doing it, that's what he would follow. And that's why he ended up, because of this group in Germany, he didn't know what the hell they were doing either.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they left the caustic on. And he thought, oh, I'll do that too.
Yeah.
But it was the last thing he should have done. When I was making the can, I always removed the
Of
caustic.
course. That's one of the instructions.
Yeah, yeah. So the key was essentially, I didn't realize that he was that ignorant of the process. Not that he was doing everything else wrong. No, he was a doer, and he could have done very well had he had the right attitude. But with personality disorders, it creates a problem. And this is exactly what was happening.
Very good. I think that's a good experience in a way you shared for all of us.
Well, I'm glad I could pass it on,
Thank
because
you.
I know that it was very easy to make those mistakes.
Sure.
I don't consider myself stupid, but like you say, naivety's got nothing to do with intelligence. It's all to do with, do you trust somebody else? And I made the mistake of trusting the wrong person.
Mhm.
And it was my fault, because he is what he is and you can't change.
Right.
But you got to be careful.
And that's why he's saying we want to be the last man standing. You decide,
Yeah.
rather than to, I know often it's been repeated that a half a doctor is worse than no doctor.
They're also very bloody.
So yes,
So,
you experience that. Sometimes following the wrong advice can get us into trouble, but it seemed you made it through. You're back and you sound well, and you're
thank you.
speaking very well.
Well, you know, the key is another thing that I was watching that's very interesting, and I'm sure you've seen those videos as well, as the guy getting hit head on from a car and getting up and walking away.
Definitely.
I'll give you a couple of incidences that happened to me during when I was going to public school. There's a deep hill in Ottawa, which intersects with another major
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And the intersection.
intersection. And the key was essentially my brakes gave out on my bike. And I panicked. I should have put my feet down, but I didn't. And apparently I was screaming when I went into the intersection. I hit I collided with a transport, an 18-wheeler. When I came back, I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, my bike was totally crushed, but I was okay. So did I fall off the bike before I went underneath the wheels? I don't know. But
No,
then again,
I think we've heard this story from Mr. Keshe a number of times, and this happens in accidents quite frequently, where the soul actually retracts the physicality for that nanosecond because it wasn't time for you to leave. You
Yeah.
had other work to do. And
and that's
so
why I think, that's
you
why I think
see-
I'm still here. Yeah.
you see these horrific car crashes and you can't believe the people walk away unscathed.
Well,
And this is the
here's another
explanation.
incident that happened with me. I was out for the evening dancing with my girlfriend. And we came to the intersection and they had changed it to a flashing amber light instead of the normal. During the daytime, it's a red and it's a
Yeah.
green. And for the most part, people in Costa Rica don't drive that fast. So I saw a car's headlights quite a ways down. And I figured I had lots of time to get across the intersection. But this was a young kid who'd only been driving a month and a half. And he panicked. He was doing 80, at least 80 in a 40-kilometer zone. I had a very heavy SUV. When he hit me broadside, it threw the SUV 40 feet through the air and again knocked me out. And the policeman who came to do the report said he couldn't believe that nobody was killed. I suffered a mild shoulder injury, which I still do have, I mean, I have complete use of my shoulder, but the muscle is out of place. And essentially that was the worst I had.
Amazing.
Nobody else we were hit broadside, nobody else was killed. There was
So your closest friend was protecting you in a way.
not only me, Mark, I think it was protecting the others. Because there is a law in Costa Rica. If there's any death involved, you're thrown in jail immediately. Nobody died.
I mean, when I said your closest friend, I meant your soul.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I had already been aware of that sort of situation, again, through the teachings. And I said, maybe there's somebody that's on my side.
Definitely. Definitely.
And maybe I'm meant to be here when the time is approaching now that we're going to be going into a totally different relationship to the universe and with
Very
our
good.
creator.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so, I've been following quite a while now. In particular, you as a host, I have to really say that I like the way you conduct the session on Sunday and other ones that you're involved with.
Yeah. It's probably because I don't know what I'm doing. It works well.
I think totally the opposite, Mark. I think you have a good interpretation. You're a close listener, and you give me things or feedback that I hadn't caught on, with the regular session.
We're all doing it. We're all doing it.
Yeah.
Our souls are definitely connected and in communication with each other, even though we like to deny it because of our physicality. So
It's
we're
amazing.
learning about all these things, and it's a beautiful journey.
Yeah, and we totally ignore our own creator.
Again, this is why Mr. Keshe is opening up some of these books and explaining the anomalies that we've been taught,
Yeah,
that we've accepted because we didn't understand our own creation in the process of creation. So it's quite a gift to humanity and the universe and the rest of it that we're able to absorb some of this knowledge, even a fraction of it, I think
And
gives you.
I'm certain I haven't acquired that much of it. You
Mhm.
know, I'm not
No,
even
I
a
haven't
novice.
either. I keep saying I probably understand 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge, if that.
Yeah, and it's already making a difference, if not with what we can do, but at least with our outlook on
Mhm.
our business. You know, and that's going to change drastically from what I hear coming up in the session. And I'm impatient to begin with.
We all are. Yeah. Just
So,
like the child who wants to go pet the lion at the zoo, and mom says, no, you better not go in the cage. You could get eaten. So we want to be a little bit careful. And I think we think we're ready for many of these processes, but we're not quite there yet.
no, I mean, and I'm wondering if some of the, encounters contrary to what I would like to encounter is to teach us something along the way, Mark. We need also to learn humility.
Definitely.
And it's not easy because we sort of take a look at ourselves and say, we're special or we're that. Well, we are, I guess.
We are.
But on the other hand,
We all are.
we just are not aware enough yet. Mankind, from what I can see, is very arrogant. And I include myself among that mankind. So in many ways, I'm no different. I tend to think too highly of what I am, when in that reality, I should be looking more at what I should be doing to help other people.
Yeah,
And
that's what he said a couple workshops ago, or maybe it was the last one. There's so much knowledge in each one. The taller the tree, the more it bends towards the earth. And he said, the more you understand about this knowledge, the humbler you should become.
no, the key was essentially that I'm glad that I'm on the path that I'm on. It hasn't been easy, but it's part of the learning experience. After all, as Mr. Keshe said, we're puppets of our soul.
Yeah, the physicality is a puppet in the hand of the soul.
And we're quite capable of being ruthless, which is really the characteristic which I wish we didn't have. But I remember
we're in that process of making a peaceful creature out of the man.
Yeah, that's not easy. But the key was essentially, how cruel can we be? And I look at, have you ever seen pictures of a little spa with the killing tree in Cambodia? I ran across that very peaceful looking scene. But then you take a look at the leaves of the tree and they have these dark red blotches on them. Well, the reason they call it the killing tree is the Khmer Rouge, when they became paranoid about everything. So they said, all these new babies being born are going to become our enemies. So they would take the babies from their mother's arms and smash their heads on this tree. That's how it got the name, the killing tree.
Okay.
And they did this with thousands of babies.
Yeah. We've seen these skulls in some of the videos just lined up row after row after row of them.
What we're capable of is far beyond what the general public thinks that we are.
Beautiful.
So, if nothing else, what's happened to me since 2014 certainly has opened up my mind. But it was only part of my journey. I can remember studying the monetary system for 15 years, learning about the truth about interest and how it's being applied, who the money is going to. And that started opening my mind into critical thinking, which I began to look for, if I hear this news from the government, what do they really want? It doesn't mean the government in all cases is negative or self-serving. It certainly does, as I can see here in Canada, with the help given to the elderly and the health system. It's amazing. And so obviously, it's not a bad country to be in. And the government is not necessarily negative in most respects. But again, with power belonging into few hands, we always sort of have to take everything with a scan. We have to look into what's going on. What do they really want from any program they bring in? Is it
Okay.
perfectly?
Well, thank you for sharing your understanding of some of these things, and we're going to continue on.
I apologize for keeping you so long.
No, we're all, and you've probably put something in there that someone else needed to hear, and that someone else may not even be in this meeting right now.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so,
So
Mark.
that's what I was mentioning in the beginning, that if you're being nudged to share something, there's a reason for it, that you within you want someone else to hear something, perhaps.
Yeah. No, I get great satisfaction from being able to pass on anything that's happened with me, although my knowledge is, as we all know, are rather limited.
Mhm. Mine
But
as
we
well.
do have experiences that we can share that hopefully can make it a little easier with other people or help them to avoid certain situations. So I thank you, Mark, for allowing me to be able to say what I've said, and I'll keep on listening.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We appreciate your support and being here. And obviously, there's a reason for it. It's not a coincidence anymore.
No, I don't think so either, Mark. And I want to thank everyone. And thanks for those who have taken the time to listen, because I appreciate that.
Very good. Okay, let's continue on. Anyone else, before we actually continue on, would anyone else like to make a comment? Okay, let's continue.
The other point is that we are busy with the conference in China. We are waiting for our people to organize what I call the whole thing and get the permission for it. And this we think was the best to be around about March, end of February, March, first week, second week of March. And we are putting a very, what we call, low entrance fee for this, to have as many Chinese from all over China for this conference. The fee will be run about between 1,000 to 1,500 euros, just run about 10,000 RMB. And all the thing will be structured through a new channel in China for all this to be done. And once we get the authorization and everything else fixed, within next week or 2 weeks, you can start registering for what we call the Chinese conference. And this will be, we foresee, about 500 people. Our team is working on that the Chinese, for the first time, can all come together, all the Chinese knowledge seekers in the city of Sanya. And we will see how our team brings the things together. The work is going on in the background. And then we announce it with all the details. And you can start registering through the new channels which will be set up in China for your registration for this event, and the rest of the, what I call the process, which has already started. For the Chinese community, please promote this amongst you. And we are trying to bring into these sessions, as it's a very advanced scientific week, possibly some officials, that will be amongst you. You will not most probably know them. They'll be like others of you. We have put the request to our other people, like the government officials, scientists, and what I call we work with on the military side to be present, because technologies will be shown unraveled that affects the work of everything else. At the same time, we invite officials from other government scientists to join us in this meeting in Sanya. And if you are part of the 50 other nations or agreements which are between governments, you don't need a visa for Sanya. You can come in for 30 days without a visa and leave. So you can attend a week conference with no problem. Check it with your embassies. What is the position for visa selection? And if you need any invitation and whatever, once we conclude everything with the authorization and the place, so we'll announce it, and we'll give you what we call a link to book in and whatever it needs to be done. And I hope we see as many Chinese and knowledge seekers as possible, and new technologies will be unraveled as we promised. Many of you are waiting for transmutation. You have to still book for it. We have to confirm that we are ready to accept it. And it's not going to be free. It has to use systems, and it takes a lot of things from us to do it. In any case, we are preparing for the last session of this. And as I said, hopefully by June, July, we'll meet in Tehran. And we unravel more advanced technologies in Tehran. And then, as we plan is, before Corona, every few months we'll meet in another point of position on this planet, and we'll show more technologies. In a way, the conference is set up internationally from now on is for unraveling technologies, not just teaching. In a way, we teach and we show and you test. And as we did in the sessions in Manchester and London, it's a live session. You carried the headphones with you. You could, while the teaching was going on, many knowledge seekers who attended had the special headphones on their head, and they were doing their own transmutation. It was very much, when I was walking in the classroom of Queen Mary College in that week, it brought me the beautiful memories, as I said, of Tehran, where I sat with the heads of the universities at the lunch table, and one was praying, one was bending, while the other one was standing praying, and it was the same emotion, but this time praying of the knowledge. While the teaching was going on, as knowledge seekers who were there, other knowledge seekers that the headphones are connecting to their souls, and we could see them, the faces they make, the journeys they made, and it's how it will be. We accept the existence of our soul, and we all respected it. Nobody says, oh, look at this, why he's doing this. There are about 10, 12 units available in the session, in a week session, and the knowledge, it was made available to everyone during the teaching, during the hours, and they all had their own journeys. Some used two, some used one used back to the front, and the rest, nobody looked at what they are doing, because next hour could be them. The next day it could be them using system. And it became normality. And this is how I brought this knowledge, to be normal, to be able to interact with your soul. To be normal and acceptable, that you can be in that position, and in a coming time, in these sessions, you transmute. You go to wherever you like, you come back, you bring the knowledge and share with others. Like the way we allow in the systems, when you came to Lens, to come out and explain to us on camera what you did, how you felt. And this, in the teachings of the week session in London and in Manchester, the knowledge seekers had the freedom of the use of the systems during the sessions while the session was going. They don't want to listen to the teaching because they want to be in touch with their soul. And they were handing over. When they finished, they knew they reached somewhere, they gave it to the other person. And it was a normality. And that was the beauty of it. And this is how it has to become. how you become part of and you are within of the same society because you're in the same structure of the fields of the creation. So expect more in China, or we unravel more in China, depends on how we come to an agreement at the same time with the Chinese authorities, that the systems we can ship in and ship out, and how we develop further. As I said, we allocate about 400 seats to the Chinese community. And once we release it, please be ready to come to Sanya between what you call end of February, first, second week of March. A beautiful friend wrote to me yesterday saying, choose the March, it'll be the best time because he's a resident of Sanya and he's a very close friend. And so we see how we take the steps and how we develop the meeting of the, what we call Sanya conference, if we get everything sorted out. And this will be the time and the place where knowledge seekers and the nation and national scientists and governments and military will meet together, where they have to understand that the knowledge has gone in a step further and they have to work within it and they have no choice. There is no more borders to fight for, and there is no more restriction on where I can go and how I do. I'm sure most probably the scientists from the government and military will use the headphones and they feel it themselves and understand the change. And this is the purpose of the Chinese conference. And then it will be the same in Tehran, in Washington, and hopefully in the course of the coming year and years, nation by nation will open their light to the world leaders that they have no leadership if they don't understand how the man has learned to lead his own soul. And then they understand, and you will see the change. And I hope we reach that point in beautiful position. As many of you know, I love the island of Sanya is actually heaven on earth, if you understand how beautiful and comfortable it is. Even with high heat and springtime is just about the right temperature that you all can bear. We try to keep it in the city of Sanya, that the transportation and reaching and be able to enjoy the beauty of the city. Is a beautiful city on the coast. You see some most beautiful buildings lighting at night, and you understand there is a big misunderstanding about the China and Chinese cities and culture and man. It's where you see the technology live, even in a small remote island in China, is many times more advanced than the most advanced cities in the West. And then you understand how much we have misunderstood the Chinese structure.
And talking about, on the lighter side, the Chinese structure and the misunderstanding of China and so on. And they have some of the most beautiful buildings, the way they're lit up, as Mr. Keshe said. But let's look at something you may not have considered, and a knowledge seeker passed this video on to me earlier today, and I thought it was very interesting. We go from skyscrapers to toilets, if you can imagine. And he said in his city, it looks like a visitor to China, but he said they have 100 of these public loos and so on. We saw one in Manchester, but it looked like it was about 100 years old. It was only for the bus drivers, but it was in a stone sort of structure. Let's just, to lighten it up, let's see some of this advancement in China. Again, from the skyscrapers to the toilets. Hopefully it plays.
Ladies and gentlemen, check what I found. Sophisticated, high-end luxury toilet in my city, Qingdao. There's about 100 of these toilets over the city. I'm going to take you in it to check it out. It looks like some spaceship model. Nice mirror window. Whoa! Electronic door. And this panel here at nighttime plays some videos and some advertising. But if we look here, check it out. A toilet with Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. It's got aircon, it's got a heater, you can change your baby nappies. It's got cameras for safety. Obviously, no smoking. You can charge your phone, and if you have a problem, you can get the police to help you. And in here, you are met with technology. It shows you this cubicle, this toilet, plus you can see yourself on the camera. Your power bank station where you can charge your phone, absolutely free. Let's test it. You can get yourself some hot water, cold water, and the coolest thing, you can clean your goddamn shoes in a toilet, my friends. You pay for your toilet paper. Obviously, you dry your hands right here. Beautiful mirror. Super clean, super convenient, and 2 buttons. You can flash the guy. This is the toilet where you can sit down, normally for people. Anyhow, he's gonna do his thing now in style. Over here, mummies can change the babies again. Check this out, my friends. It's like a real room. Come in. You have a Western toilet. You can even wash your hands over here. Baby can sit and wait for you while you do your thing. And here is where you change your baby with some wet wipes, diaper. Super convenient. This is the China I'm living in. And this is the China I want to show the people. Hey, sit. Why do I tell him sit? As if it's my toilet. I always say you can see a society's value by looking at toilets. And I can tell you, this is gorgeous. My stomach is a little bit sore because I had some hot pot, so I will go in there. I'll see you in another video. Cheers.
So I thought we'd just lighten it up. I guess he's judging the advancement of the country by its toilets. But what a marvelous piece of work in a way, even though it's obviously quite of a simple thing. But the way it's set up, and he said there's 100 of these in that one city that he's in. So very interesting. And of course, the skyscrapers we've played before, and many of the beautiful, amazing architectural work. I was thinking, you know, the United States has so many broken bridges, and China has such a developed teams on making bridges. I think we should collaborate in China. I know they'll be working probably in the Ukraine to rebuild that. I think President Xi has already sort of voiced his desire to have China and its construction apparatus work there for rebuilding. But we certainly could work with the Chinese and rebuild many of the thousands and thousands of bridges that are dilapidated, falling apart, not only in the United States, but probably in many other countries. And not mentioning the high-speed rail, how they have added thousands and thousands of kilometers of high-speed rail every year. But of course, with the hovering car, that may not be needed in the future, but depending on how fast the governments accept this technology and move in that direction. So I thought I'd just share that. Now we can go back to the beginning to see some of the latest technology that Mr. Keshe is talking about here with this, what they're calling a non-dimensional type of plasma that's going to be interacting with the communication bundle as well as the UBISOS units, which we've shown in the earlier video. And while we're doing this, I need to go to the let's go back to the beginning of the workshop in a way. Anyone want to make any comments? Please jump in. Did you like the video? Was it appropriate? And of course, when we're out and about, finding a clean, resourceful bathroom is a real godsend, especially for a mother wanting to change her children. And we don't have a lot of these, although my neighbor, coincidentally, does market these, well, he's renting them, I guess, for different events and birthday parties, mostly in the summer. And his art.
Mark,
Yes.
we didn't really see the inside of this thing. We only saw the outside. Earlier
Well,
today, we saw the inside.
Yeah, we did show the inside. He just showed it.
Nope, we didn't see. I didn't see any of the inside this time.
Okay. Well, we'll
It
have
was
to
only
try to-
outside.
we'll try to put that link in there. You
I
can
don't know if
obviously
anybody
go to-
else did.
You can
It was clear
obviously,
to see.
yeah, you can obviously go to China and see it yourself and experience it yourself.
Yes, right.
But as I was saying, a neighbor of mine actually has about 5 of these. They're double sort of boxes. They're nothing close to this, but they're definitely a step up from the single sort of porta potties you really don't look forward to going into if you have to. So let's start here at about 14 minutes. And as he said, we're reaching a point of maturity. And he's talking about these non-dimensional plasma systems that is in the hand of the Keshe Foundation, which the UBISOS and the head units and probably some other things will be connected to them, like the satellite souls of this non-dimensional. But let's spend a few minutes here, and I did have a number of clips I wanted to play, but perhaps we'll go to the Dome of Peace after this and keep on our sort of schedule. Although I did want to bring some of the objections to some of the religious forays that they've foisted on humanity, but maybe we can do that as well. So let's start here about this new system that's going to be added to existing systems of the non-dimensional plasma system. Again, where your soul interacts with the soul of the universe.
The fields of us, we are reaching a point of maturity, another what we call milestone in developing systems that allows you to understand about yourself, not about us developing a system to control you or whatever.
Right, and I've heard a number of knowledge seekers, they didn't want to go in the system because they didn't want to put their soul at risk. And as Mr. Keshe says here, we're not here to control you. It's not about us developing a system to control you or whatever. It's like learning a language. We're putting the basic alphabet together here. It's for you to understand, as he said here, allows you to understand about yourself, not about us developing a system to control you or whatever.
The technology is literally like learning a language. We give you the basic alphabet, you learn how they sound, you learn how to connect them together to make the word, and then with the words you make sentences, and then you show your emotion, your feelings with putting these words and sentences together. Now we are teaching you the alphabet of where your soul is, how you find it, how you communicate with it, how you make it to interact with something else, maybe solar physicality, which is your interaction of fields of your physical dimension, or with another, what we call source of energy, who could be the soul of another man or a woman. That interaction creates a feeling or emotion or reaction. Without having another partner or to interact with, you don't know what the emotion of love is, how you have to control it, how you react to it.
So apparently it's not only interacting with your own soul of physicality, but other souls. And he said, we need another partner or to interact with. And we will understand more of this emotional love and how you have to control it, how you react to it. So there's a lot that's going into this transmutation understanding. He just doesn't want to throw you into the ocean with the rest of the creatures in the ocean and not really having a full understanding of how do you get out of this? How do you feed yourself in the middle of the ocean and the rest of it? So that's why it's a slow, gradual process, even though we want it now or we want it yesterday. It's for our own protection, as I understand it, that you don't go in, you go in the educated way, not just sort of figure it out when you get there.
And in a way, the body of the man does that for us. You're born as children. We know the love of the mother or father, and maybe the love of a dog and a cat. And suddenly, as our body, the way as we are building systems for you, adds more and more, becomes a knowledge, we mature, we become a teenagers, and then we touch the feeling of love. What it means to love another creature without attachment to physicality of the mother and the father who created us. And then we react to that, loving another person. And sometimes that love is so strong that we spend the rest of our lives sharing our physicality. So what your body does in your physical life to bring you from a baby into same developing controls and systems and parts of your body to find the emotion of love, to mature, to become another recreator of another life, this is what we are doing. This is what our systems are. We now introduce into what you have for you to learn and for you how to fall in love with yourself, with the creation and creator, and knowing to be correct in conduct. And this is the whole purpose of the teaching. You have the soul. Now you forgot how to use it, actually use it quite often, 24 hours a day without you knowing. You are making you aware of it with systems, with, in a way, maturing you to how to use it and how to fall in love with it, with the creation, with the creator. And this is part of the process that we follow tomorrow.
So again, this is all a process, an enhancement, the universal body enhancement spaceship unit. You're being enhanced into a new dimension and new understanding, but we still have to learn how to act, how to behave, the etiquette and the rest of it. I'm sure there's a lot that we don't know. It's just as when the child gets the driver's license. Mom, I got my license. Can I take the car? Oh, you don't know the first thing about the road, or not a lot about it. There's many situations you're going to run into, and you may have to make a split-second decision on that. And so even though the child has the driving license, he's not fully experienced. Almost what Mr. Keshe said, we sit next to you as you're the driver, but we're the expert teacher, teaching you how to operate in this. As we know, he's been doing this for millions of years around the universe.
With those who join us to understand how to love and how to share love. Tomorrow's teaching, tomorrow's session from 12 o'clock is for those who've already been in the session of the, what we call 22nd of December. But we hope with a much stronger and massive impact, because there is a part we did not tell you what we did with you on Friday, on 22nd. And why you saw the flat line, which we showed last time. In the whole process of the session of 22nd, I wanted to confirm man does not exist without the soul. Man cannot function without the soul. And in our system, we took your soul away. We never positioned it. We allowed you to see without the soul, you are flatliners. You exist. We can confirm there is a life, a soul, physicality, soul of physicality, but no functionality. And in the session tomorrow, we give you that soul. In a way, we'll let you feel yourself. My knowledge is so deep that I can play these games. And with these games, you learn.
So now you see, my knowledge is so deep that I can play these games, and with these games, you learn. So again, there's a lot of offers by the Keshe Foundation in the ceramics to start learning, in the meetings in Sanya, Tehran, Japan, Washington, you can plan ahead for. You can come into the pre-transmutation sessions. So there's a lot of ways for you to start understanding more about yourself, your creation, your interactions with the others. And again, this is the hidden knowledge of the ages, so to speak, being unraveled slowly through Mr. Keshe, the foundation. And as he said, the knowledge he carries is very, very deep. Okay, rather than play the whole clip, maybe we will go to sort of another clip. And Mr. Keshe did talk quite a bit about the religions and so on, and what is happening in the Middle East is a process that's been decided on apparently before. And I think we'll go to maybe about an hour and 24 minutes of this workshop. I'll have to adjust the other one as well. And I want to thank the preparer of this transcript because it's been so efficient and so accurate, and it helps us to understand these knowledge seekers workshops a little bit deeper because we can kind of get references from it with the timestamps and the rest. We don't have to go look where this was, or this idea where you can search different words and so on, and it brings you right to there. And the beauty of it is it's being delivered within 24 hours, 48 hours of the workshop, where in the past it's taken us weeks and weeks to put some of these transcripts together and try to decide what's being said. It's not perfect, but it's certainly a step up, and we want to thank the intelligence or the computer that's working this out. Apparently it's learning week by week, and sometimes we're quite apprehensive of this, but I think, as Mr. Keshe said, if we give it a brain cell and an emotion, this will be quite a beautiful functioning tool for all of humanity in a way. So let me move this other one up to 124, and then we're going to just hear a little bit more about the situation changing in the Middle East, and this will come to it shortly.
Historical things never be used if we understand how the energies of the universe works within the man. We came from these energies, and in a certain given condition, it has materialized. Otherwise, even in condition of material condition, it still follows and obeys the rules of the universe. It cannot be any different. We are not special. We are part of the speciality. And this is how it works, and we are now going back to what it was. This is one of the reasons we created gods. To target for certain things that if befitted us, for us to be satisfied. Most of the reason man made the statues and created different gods was this, to find a source where receive that energy from, for him to confirm he exists. This is why we go to churches and to the mosque with the others. I'm like you, so we are in, I confirm I exist. And then you understand all these illnesses are man-made. If you look at the religions, all built, the people who followed that kind of mentality are in the same position. And you see the followers still follow the same. You wonder why we have this position in Palestine. Because go back and look at the history. Always say, don't look at literature, look at the history. Who is the God of Jews? And how they chose him. Because the tribe was, in a way, lived a harsh life, didn't have anything. So they chose the God of the ancient time, who was a God of murder, torture, God of pain. That's what what they believe, that what they brought, the name they use is the God of. It's the same as Muslims. They chose that God. They took energy that way, and we see it still today in Palestine. The Hebrew name of the God they chose at that time is the God of fighting and torture and deceive. And it tells you, but we never read.
You know, I just did a quick search last night, and I was putting in Jehovah and Yahweh, and apparently this God of Yahweh, maybe that's the one he was referring to. And I put in the character of Yahweh and so on, and it appeared to be an ultimate warrior. And Mr. Keshe goes on here to explain this God of fighting, of war, of torture, of deceit, of lying. This is the God, and apparently the Christians pick this up too, if it's my correct understanding. In many of the churches, they talk about Jehovah, or they talk about Elohim or something along this line, because the name Yahweh was too important to say it verbally or something. It shouldn't be spoken. But again, this is some of the history that's been hidden from us, and this is what Mr. Keshe is doing to sort of open the gate for so many of these people with their own understanding. As they acquire more knowledge, they will walk away. I remember when people used to come to my door and start, and then some of the proselytizers, and I say, wait, I already went past this. I didn't know really what I was saying, other than I went past it.
We don't want to read it because it's too much. And so the souls of wanting the same strength follow the same thing. They become Jews, they become the others. And we chose our gods according to how we wanted our soul to be. And our forefathers, when they create us, they put that seed of that in it. Go and find out who the God of Judaism is that they made it and they call it God. In the ancient time, they chose him because they were so low. They were so, what I call, hated by the themselves, chose this God, that it gives them fearness and everything else. Read in Torah, historic, the present Torah, just read it. The last thing the God said to Moses, teach your men and women how to steal against the rule of God, how to deceive the Egyptians to get the silver and gold before you leave town tomorrow. The teaching of God, the teaching of the prophet Moses to his own disciples. Read it and you understand the historical. It's in Bible, it's in Torah, it's in Old Testament, it's not made up. It says the last day, the last leave, I kill all the firstborns. And then you teach your man and get your man and your woman to get the trust of the Egyptians, to give them the silver and gold, and then leave. In the teaching of the book, teaches how to steal, and the nation, the people of the same race still do the same. Because this is the strength of the soul, they joined in. It's the strength of the soul, they accepted. And the soul is still carrying on with it. That's why this tribe is like this. You laugh, you, how can I put it? We look at the Iranian culture, present regime, Islamic regime, and Taliban's in Afghanistan, that they stone people or whatever. Who did that? One of the first, the stoning was a way of punishment during the ancient times, before Moses came. And who publicly is in Torah, is in Old Testament. What was the first public stoning? It was taught by Moses. The first public stoning was done for an old man who went to collect dry wood on a Saturday to have the fire to feed himself. They found the old man in the desert, whatever, he was collecting dry wood for fire. And they told to Moses that this guy you told Saturday nobody's going to is collect. He said to stone him to death. You don't do. That's how he frightened people. First official religious stoning comes from Judaism. It was done on a Sunday, the day after they brought the guy to Moses and said he's collecting his wood to have fire to keep the Sabbath. He said you don't even collect wood, so stone him that the others learn. And then we say Muslims are stoned, or they do it in Iran, or they did it in Taliban. Jews have done it, it's in their instruction, they still can do it. Because, and it's become the path of life. Because they attract that kind of energy and it's embedded in the seed of their lives. Stealing, deceiving, killing is part of the last 10 things that Moses and his brother did before they leave Egypt. He taught them how to get the trust of the Egyptians and get all the silver and gold before you disappear. It's in Torah, it's not made up. And they still do the same. We always look at the facts. There is no sentimentality. It's in a history book. There is a lot of questions. I open this chapter to you the past few weeks and months that you understand we don't demolish religions, but we look at the facts of the religions. The same as I brought out about Islam, same about Christianity, about Christ.
Right, and let's be perfectly clear. Mr. Keshe comes from this bloodline, and he's not only singling out that bloodline, but all the others who have brought the same sort of deception, again, to cash out the pocket, meaning monetarily, cash you out monetarily, and also cash you out with your soul, not knowing much about it, not knowing where it is, not knowing how it operates. But this mysticism and the rest of it was put in. So he's not only singling out one line, he's singling out many of these lines. And as he said, eventually they will take it off, but the turbans and the rest. But in the meantime, we're educating the man that they walk away from these places because they understand more. You wouldn't drink water if you knew lead was in it. So now this is what Mr. Keshe is doing. Slowly, gradually, he's opening the books. And apparently there are many, many books to open.
So you put that seed of deceiving, stealing, and killing in the soul, which now you create a child with it, it transfers to the soul of the child, and then 3,000, 4,000 years later, we still stealing lives, robbing and killing, and that's their right. And we brought an end to it. The state of Israel will go back to the state of Palestine very soon, by people without fighting, by sword of peace, knowledge. And this is our wish, and our wish we command. You will see.
That's another interesting, we say our wish is our command. He put it slightly differently, which seems even more powerful here. And this is our wish, and our wish we command. I do like the way it was phrased there. And of course, we know the universal community operates on wishes. And we've seen a beautiful video put together by Marie years ago, and I think she's updated it, about the jumper and the child wanting to get this, and how the soul of the child communicated to the soul of the mother and the rest of it, where the mother went out and bought the jumper for the child, even though the child couldn't speak to say those words.
See how the things will turn in Palestine in the next few weeks, because we decided, and it'll be done. It's not the time of Ahmadinejad, he's a Jew and is trying to support his people, creating mayhem outside. They'll be there in the state of Israel. No, the Jews will walk away from Judaism, understanding what they've done wrong, ashamed to be part of, and then we'll see the change. There's a key to what's happening in Palestine. You look at it as a war. We look at it end of the religion's undoing. You will understand soon. We ended up the war of the man for land. We end up the war of religions by themselves, because if we do it, they're outsiders. But if they do it themselves, they're demons. You will see in the next few weeks and months, the geographical pattern of the politics of the Middle East and Israel will change. Then you understand the teaching what I'm telling you today. Oh, how did he know? You will see. We set it up to be, and it will be. As we ended up wars, we told you, now we end up the religious wars. By themselves. By you as knowledge seekers understanding and elevating the soul of the rest. But they have to do it themselves. They have to bring the end themselves to themselves. And the key to it is Netanyahu. He will bring an end to the cycle of what Moses has started. And the Jews will walk away, a lot of them, from it, and gradually in time, there'll be no more. But they do it themselves. He is the key to it. He doing all these killings and everything else, because the minute his cabinet goes, he's in prison. Den Haag is waiting for him, and 2,500 criminal cases. He's just creating this war for himself, not to be put in prison, but in a way, he's the key to the end of the work for what is started. You will understand. There's a wisdom into this act. Even a few souls suffer. And then you understand how we attract, how we pass this generation after generation, because we put it in the seat of the soul of physicality, which creates the soul of the man, and the soul of physicality creates that condition and behavior. Then you talk about depression and everything else, then you understand a bigger scale of the same work. But Netanyahu came to bring an end to Judaism, and you will see, you'll understand it when it happens. When all becomes Palestine, but the Jews themselves, nobody else. And you will see it in the coming weeks, what the things are taking shape exactly as we thought and we said it will be done. It has to be done by the souls. Physicality is too harsh.
Okay, there was plenty more to cover here on the religions. And again, he's not singling out any certain religion or sect. Apparently, they're all involved in it, from the Ayatollahs to the mullahs, to the rabbis, to the Vatican, to the Buddhists, to the Baha'is, and the rest of it. So it's a very good understanding, and this is what will happen. We understand more, so we don't buy rotten fish. We can smell it, we can sense it, we know what's there. But many, many are still locked up in this dimension of devotion and the rest of it, that they think they're on the right path, but the enlightenment will come to them as we move along. And maybe it's time to go to the Dome of Peace. Anyone who want to make any comments about this? As Mr. Keshe said in the past, he is going to open many, many books. And we're seeing in a way, the beginning of this process taking shape. If not, then we'll just slide this right over here, and we'll go and take 5 minutes in a moment. But this is about bringing the Dome of Peace by releasing the Gans waters. And this is something we do every Sunday at 12 noon or 18 p.m. CET. But let's let Stefania or Mr. Keshe actually explain it, and then we'll go to the second step in creating this dome of peace. This is something for our physicality to do, and then the second step will be something for our souls to work with.
I don't know if anyone want to read this dome of peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And you can all take advantage of this, and collectively we're much stronger. And if you're not sure how to make a Gans, you can go to the Keshe Wiki, and it's spelled out there, or you may contact other knowledge seekers to understand this gas as a nanosolid in so many ways. Again, the knowledge is just so immense, and we're probably just in the beginnings of all of it, whether it's the transmutation, the making of Gans, the producing of energy. We've got a lot to learn about the creation of fields, interaction of fields, and absorption of fields. And now, these days, we're using our own reactors to sort of work with that. Not that the Gans and the rest of it is going away. I don't think it is. But we're stressing a different dimension, a dimension of energy, a dimension of your own reactors and what you're walking around with. The creator transmuted into you. So, or not exactly the creator, but he said of a similar strength and a similar abilities as the creator. So I made the man in the image of myself. And this is what we're working off of. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is using our souls collectively. And we'll take 5 minutes after this reading and use our souls in practice. And this is part of it, getting in touch with the you inside of you.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the Gans, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M. Kesh. Thank you.
And thank you, Shweta, for bringing that. And again, this is what we've been doing every week. And of course, you can join the Brazilian team on daily intentions. And on Wednesdays at 6 p.m., I think the daily intentions are 1 a.m. You can join the Brazilian team, or on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. CET time and join them. But we can also join together with the Universal Council, and we'll explain that after the session. Anyone want to make any comments about this or share anything about this you'd like to share? I don't think I brought the background for that today, so perhaps we can find this here. There, we'll just keep that here. So this is 5 minutes of silence. And again, you can take 1 minute, 1 second. And I thought it was quite interesting that Mr. Keshe said when you're in these sessions, your physicality is not included in the monthly sessions that they're working on. He said you can be rock climbing, you can be taking a bath, you can be driving a car, so you can multitask. So I think it's the same here on these minutes of silence or wherever you are. He said, don't do it once a week or once a time, do it all the time. So wherever you are, whether you're mowing the lawn, raking leaves, interacting with your neighbor, your soul can also multitask at the same time, as I understand it. And the physicality is not included in that, but this is the work of the soul, and this is what we're practicing, and this is what we're learning. So let's take 5 minutes of silence as we practice with our souls and intervene into this problem with humanity and elevate the others to come along. It's not only in the Middle East, as I said earlier, 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years on this planet. And as Mr. Keshe indicated, even if we turn over the advanced technology to you, to humanity, to this planet, without the soul being elevated within 1 generation, 20 years, 2 generations, 40 years, you'll be right back to killing and eating each other. So we want a permanent, peaceful change on this planet, to the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. And that's what we're working on the soul level. So let's take this time and take 5 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you. Thank you all. And I think in the last 5 minutes, we did more work than the physicality could do in 24 hours a day for a month. Even though we don't see it, this is not a day job, but the energies, the changes that are being made are fundamental at this level. Working through the physicality will not bring the change, as I understand it. And this is what the Universal Council is learning as well. We're all so physical, we think we need to do something in the physicality to bring changes, but I think we're learning more and more to work through these energies of the soul. And this is the way, as I understand it, Mr. Keshe works 90% of the time. So I know we're feeding ourselves 80% of the energy of the universe. We're only 20%. So maybe it's just the reverse in working with the soul. We're only using it 20% of the time, if that, and we're going to fill in the 80%. And this is what we're practicing and what we're learning. And again, this is knowledge that has really never been here before in such a depth and such a scope, and so perfectly and beautifully delivered to all of us. Anyone want to make any comments before we go to Alex, who's hopefully still there in the physicality? So Alex, we want to welcome you in and see what you've cooked up for us today on the plasmatic end, not so much in the physicality, but we welcome you and thank you for joining us so consistently and so profoundly with the knowledge you share. I see your mic is open. Can we hear from you?
Yes. Thank you very, very much. You've done an outstanding job today. It's really impressive.
I'm just using Mr. Keshe's work and sort of sharing that. That's all. This is none of my original work. But
Well,
it's nice to have you here. And of course, before I start, Alex, Diane's daughter put this in the chat earlier, so I want you to think of her when you're elevating her at any time. Let's just see what's said here. And so I think she put it in for everyone, so I can read this. Hi, guys. I'm Diane Smith's daughter. Ray wants to let you know Diane won't be with us for a while. She has had a stroke and is in the ICU at Pentaton Regional Hospital. Please let Rick know she won't be here Monday or Tuesday. Please send her love and good energy. Ray's listening as usual. Blessed be. So thank you. And Diane, we elevate your soul and we will continue to do that process till we see you back or whatever transpires here. So thank you, Melissa, for bringing that information to all of us that we can elevate her soul and give her the energy she needs to either recover or whatever the choice of the soul may be at this point. So thank you for sharing that with us. And we'll continue to pray for her and elevate her being. Yes, Alex, please continue. Sorry for that brief interruption.
No, that's great. We want to bring in the fields from all the continents around. And this is what I want to say. I want to thank everyone for being here and allowing me to continue to deliver these sessions. And I know that you will be carrying forward in your own way to do the same, because we've all been here a very, very long time. And we are looking to, shall we say, harvest our efforts. So we will begin with the disclaimer, if you please. Thank you so much. Have a nice trip today.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Checking for audio. We're not hearing anything.
I think we're ready to go.
Great.
So thank you, everybody, for joining us on the North American Knowledge Team meeting. It's a very important meeting. We're represented by all the continents around the world, except for one frozen one. But other than that, it's important to see what's going on around the world, and then try and make heads or tails out of this thing, because each of us has to be able to do this in our own way. And that's the important message that I'm trying to convey. And as such, we will carry on. Thank you. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We have been discussing basic transmission. Today's subject is field release. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It's January the 14th, 2024. The Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series continues. We've been talking about basic transmission, and would you believe it? This is the 6th in the series of 6. Yes, we're talking about field release, and we're trying to overcome this donkey hesitancy we keep talking about, because we have to understand that this is the lowest energy state. And although we find that rolling is faster than walking, we still have a lot of jumping and flipping to do. The basic message is that we all want to be released. So please release me and let me go and do what we have intended to do. And that is a very good question. And so when we look for trying to find the answers, Maranteva Kolikesh helps us with book number 1, The Universal Order, The Creation of Matter. It is quite important for us to not go through life without understanding this, because we are part of the universal order of creation. And book number 2, The Structure of the Light, it's very important for us to understand this, because that's what constitutes everything around us. And then, of course, there's book number 3, which is The Origin of the Universe. And let's face it, that would be also very handy, because we are in the process of doing transmutation preparation sessions. And so beginning in 2024, on every third Friday of the month, we will be doing these sessions. And as it says, it's a preparation. And why do we have to do this? Because for millennia, we have been doing things backwards. And so part of the problem is we have to unlearn what we've learned and relearn what we knew before we got here in the first place. And obviously, the ultimate goal, and we've tried this for 308 weeks in a row, to bring one nation, one planet, and one race together for world peace, because we're all part of the Earth space. This is our planet, regardless of the race, creed, or color. And so we continue, and it's becoming more and more important because we continue to search for outer space without understanding the field release and how it works on the plasma highway to that pie in the sky. And that pie in the sky is not just that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which we call our Earth space, but it's the rest of the universe as well. And so that transcends beyond what we consider to be man's universe. And we just have to look at the bigger scheme of things. And that's what we're trying to do, because there is a plasma highway and we need to get on it, but we're still stuck in the transmission highway. And that's what we're discussing right now. We're discussing the basic transmission, because we want to understand better how this universal embodiment works. And so the question that we have is the speed of light the fastest transmission? And is that true? And as a result, because the universe is so large, does that mean then the faster you go, the bigger you get? And is that true? And so if one is true, the other has to be true. But when we look at the Earth space embodiment, we find that we're in our little tiny perfect bodies. And we are situated on this little tiny perfect world. But there are other embodiments, other worlds, other universes. And what do we know? What do we know about the creation of the universe and how the universe is created? Well, this we know for sure. It exists from energy. And since energy is always in motion, it has to have a charge. So we know which way we're going. And if we're going someplace, then we have to know that all things are working in combination. And so fundamentally, why is book number one? Because the universal order of creation of matters has to bring all these things together in combination. So we have the matter state, the dark matter, and the antimatter. And so these are clearly three different matters. And so here we are in the transition dimension, and we're trying to figure out, well, where did all these matters come from? And where are they going? And how do they react? And how do all these things combine? One moment. The way these things combine, and we've been introduced to the cups of life, because they talk about the physical state and how it manifests into GAN state, because this represents our emotional strength, part of our core space, part of our inner space. And wherever this space is that nebulous point in the universe.
Alex, is your mic closed?
I was closed from the last session, was it?
No, just I think when this background came up, this one here.
Oh, I know why. I accidentally clicked on it. Thanks for bringing that up. So we were looking at the cups of life and the Gans radiant manifestation, and what is key here is that there are different Ganses. There are different quantities of Ganses. And what is common is that each of us is different. And so our emotional stability affects this production. But what we notice is that even in this simple cup of life, we have variety. For instance, we have carbon dioxide, calcium, zinc, and copper gas. Two of the most important gases is the water gas and the amino acid gas. Fundamental for building. So we were talking about trying to roll along this x-axis transmission. And what is an anomaly here is that we have to be perpendicular to the ground. So we roll along the ground. But we find that if we spin as we roll, so we're still perpendicular to the ground, but if we spin 360 degrees, our diameter of the circle now represents the radius and the circumference, and the relationship still has to do with pi. So we're still trying to figure out how we get this x-axis transmission. So one of the ways we talked about was about sliding along, and we found that in ice hockey, flat pucks slide on a flat ice surface. The key point being that there's less friction on an ice field. And then we introduced curvature, and we found that the hockey players could slap the puck faster, and defensemen could deflect the puck better, and it would deflect into the stands and hit the fans with a spin and increased speed. And so that was ice field release. But we resolved the rolling along anomaly because we found that the input rotation as a car is perpendicular to the motion. And so the output motion is aligned with the rotation of the wheels. But we've got another problem, because if we take that input rotation out, so there is no perpendicular input rotation, the output motion is still aligned with the rotation. And we do this by putting a slope on the ground. So it doesn't seem like there's any input rotation or input motion at all. But if we continue with excessive perpendicular input rotation, instead of going downhill, we go uphill. Once we get to the top of the hill, we find that we completely leave the ground. We're not touching the ground. And so there's less friction on a dirt field. We call this car release. And then, of course, when a dog goes into the water, it gets covered with water. Isn't it interesting how the water binds to the dog? And isn't it interesting how the dog knows how to get rid of the water? Through excessive input rotation. Who taught the dog that? We call this water release. But we understand spark release, right? Because we have to sharpen our tools. And so we like to do that with a grinding wheel. And then, of course, that causes excessive input rotation. And so we see the sparks flying. So now we have a sharp tool. Because the reason for those sparks flying is because the metal was being released. So at some point there was metal binding, and through excessive input rotation, we now had metal release. And so we could form metals or sharpen tools. And if we use those sharp tools, we can apply this to wood. And so the wood, of course, is cellulose binding. And if we apply excessive input rotation and the sharp metal tool, we can have wood release. There's something common, as you see. First of all, you have to have binding energy paths. So these binding energy paths absorb energy in. and more gets absorbed in. And so we call this attraction. And the fundamental thing is that it offers gravitational stability. So if we are going to release energy from a field, then we have to alter this gravitational stability. And so we can do that physically by shaking the water off, carving up our tools, and carving up our wooden ornaments. Or we can elevate energy paths. And so with these elevating energy paths, we do emission, and emission goes out. And more emission goes out. We call this repulsion. And so how does it affect gravitational stability? Well, the result is magnetical stability. So if you're having magnetical stability, you must retain the gravitational stability. So that becomes hand in glove. But when we look at the Earth and how it rotates, it has this wobble. And this wobble seems to be a compromise between two rotations, two input rotations. So first of all, we have the vertical polar rotation, north and south pole. So there's the axis, and the rotations goes from east to west. But then we have the magnetical poles, and they're slightly skewed. And so there we have a magnetical gravitational axis. And there's a rotation as well. And so the interaction between these two axes create a wobble in the Earth. And so the wobble is a compromise between the two poles. And of course, as the Earth is rotating, it creates a wobble pie. So in other words, one moment it's wobbling to the right, and next moment it's wobbling to the left. And it does this every day. But also, in that process, it does it seasonally. And despite this daily Earth rotation, and despite this seasonal rotation on an annual basis, and here we are in the new year, which means we've gone around the sun in a complete circle, and we did this wobbling along every day, but we also wobbled along around the sun. And yet we maintained this stability. So the only way to maintain this stability is through extreme offsetting. And so that has to be present somehow, because we have this other motion speed that we see reflected in our Earth space. We see the ships floating on the water. We see airplanes flying in the sky. We have warplanes who fly even higher in the sky. And of course, they travel faster. And then we have the Peace Dome and the souls traveling through there. And then we have the satellites, and they travel even faster. And so to establish each of these levels of magnetical stability, there has to be a release. So in fact, each on its own level, whether it be a ship or an airplane or a satellite, is all part of satellite release. And which means that would include the souls. and they stay in their orbit until there's some kind of extreme offsetting. But in the meantime, while they are in orbit, there has to be an extreme offsetting because there's a rotation, there's a motion, and there's a speed. And the higher we go, the faster the speed. So when we look at the dynamic plasma stability, we see that there's a plasmatic manifestation. This emanates from the man-space field capture. And then there's a physical materialization, which comes together from the man-space field release. So there's a integral relationship between the field capture and the field release. And these are offsetting. And they afford us the stability. So one of the ways that we have gravitational stability on this planet, so that we can stay on track and maintain that track binding to offset this excessive input rotation. And so in here we see motorcycle racing. And as we come around the curve, the way to maintain gravitational stability is this extreme offsetting. So in other words, leaning into the turn. Because if they don't lean into the turn, then we could get something like we see here with the train release. It's trying to maintain its track binding. And the track turns sharply, which causes excessive input rotation. And if we don't have this extreme offsetting, the train will run off the tracks. But if we can lean into the turn through an extreme offsetting, then we can maintain gravitational stability. So we have two opposites here. We have one single track with gravitational stability and one dual track with magnetical instability. Excuse me. And so this was discovered by Eric Laithwaite. We talked about this before. He was a British electrical engineer, and his technology was buried following a speech in 1974, where he spoke at the Royal Institution. He's known as the father of MagLab, but also he was very much involved with understanding gyroscopes. And so we find that there's an extreme gyroscopic offsetting as well. And so this is a characteristic that we have to look at, but not today. We have to understand that there's an extreme gyroscope offsetting, and we know that because we have gravitational stability. In fact, we can see it. We can see it everywhere. When we make concrete poles, we find that there's maggrav stability. We have the substrate, say for concrete poles, the concrete being in the magnetical stability range. But there's a hole in the pole. That hole represents gravitational stability. That hole doesn't look very physical. And when we look at the bamboo poles, it's a wait a moment. The concrete poles are assembled through rotation, but they were held together in field capture with a mold. the bamboo poles did not have a mold. How did we achieve this field capture? So the field capture of the skeleton of the pole is magnetically stable, but there's a hole in the pole. And so that's gravitationally stable. But it doesn't look very physical to me. And so when we look at the Earth, we see that it's very stable. But we know that there's a vacuum on the outside, there's a vacuum on the inside, and the range in between is very stable. That's what gives it the maggraph stability. So the emission and absorption of energy into the Earth is the extreme offsetting. So when we look at advanced technology and we see that we have electric cars and hydrogen cars and flying cars and that nuclear connection, UFOs and other satellites, we now come to the conclusion that they're all obsolete. Because as Earth-based beings, we are all composite four-wheelers, and we're trying to maintain our gravitational stability. So the key point here is that advanced technology is advanced. And how do we utilize that? And so with the coming of the wellness centers, we have to do some transmission. Which brings to mind a pain release mantra. And I never understood how it worked. But now with the new wellness centers, we can clearly see that there's a sequence. And so you can recite this mantra to facilitate the pain release for yourself. You say touch. Touch what? Touch the wound. Touch the source of the pain. We don't want to touch it because it's painful. So don't touch it with your finger. Don't touch it with your hand. Touch it with your soul. Tell it to heal. Heal the wound. Who you tell? Tell your soul. Tell your soul to tell the wound to heal. Soothe the wound. Tell the soul to soothe the wound. Isn't that what you want? To release the pain? So relax the wound. Why do you have to relax the wound? Because the pain is the binding. So relax the binding. Less binding, less pain. Facilitate the healing and the soothing and the relaxing. Release the binding energy. That binding energy is causing the pain, so release the pain. Release the binding energy. Tell the soul to release it. Is the soul holding it back? Or is the soul of the body holding it back? Or is it your physicality that is doing the binding? Regardless, tell the soul, release the binding energy. Now that you've released that energy, retrieve the beneficial energy. Retrieve the energy that you need to heal the wound that you've been trying to soothe and relax. the one that you touched in the first place, and release the pain. You may have to stop and tell yourself this, or you may become skillful and do this with a habit to physically tell yourself and remind yourself. And you know this is true because sometimes you get hurt and you don't know what you did, and the hurt goes away. And maybe you didn't use this pain release mantra. Maybe the soul did it automatically because the soul knows what to do. But as we go through the physical state, we tend to forget. We tend to become dysfunctional, disconnected. And so the pain release mantra can help us do this. And what pain are we discussing? Well, when we're looking at the field capture, we find that the x-axis transmission is parallel to the ground. And so that becomes the first dimension. But in order to move, we have to have a y-axis transmission perpendicular to the ground. And so in fact, that becomes part of the same dimension. And because we know that is true, because when you look at the difference in position, it's still part of the transmission. And it's still part of the field capture. But how do we go from here to there? Oh, maybe we're just spinning along. And we know that that is true because we can see it. Our Earth is spinning, and it is moving along. And it doesn't have any apparent extreme input rotation. But it must have some extreme offsetting. And we know there's a difference in the position because we have day and night, and we have the changing of the seasons. And this happens year after year. And so when we're talking about field release, some of us have this one-track mentality. It creates a mental binding. And maybe we require an excessive emotional input. And then we require this extreme offsetting. And so you create an idea. And you release that idea. That becomes part of the field release. But you're not left with a hole in your head. It is a co-creation. And another excessive emotional input, you may have a wish. You may display courage. And you may display love. But you won't be left with a hole in your heart. Unless you allow it. Because this is all part of co-creation. So the field release becomes part of co-creation. And so we understand better our fans that have this Gans binding. And with excessive input rotation, it offers extreme offsetting. And it creates a field release that gives us plasma stability. Different from the physical stability. So this we understand now is the difference in the matter-plasma dimensions, where the physical matter state is gravitational, part of the feedback. And the plasmatic matter state is magnetical, part of the feeding. And we see the man's dilemma. We're feedback dominant. And when we look at the original discussion of energy and motion. And we have negative and positive charges where the negative gives and the positive takes. And we can see that the energy can be flowing or binding. We're talking about transmission. In order to have this transmission, we've seen that the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy, which means that the field release precedes the field capture, which means the giving precedes the taking, which means the emission precedes the absorption, which means the plasma dominates and precedes the physical dominance. We now have choices. It's beyond November the 11th of 2023. And it's time to exercise these choices and enjoy the benefits of the beneficial energy that comes from outer space, comes to our Earth space through our inner space. And so we have 10 years of Knowledge Seekers workshops, 52 Thursdays every year for 520 Thursdays in a row, bringing together greater oneness that transcends the limitations of nuclear science. Hats off to Mr. Marin Tavakoli Keshe and Rick Crammond, the host of these sessions. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with your soul. Sign it with extreme emotional offsetting. Because spacemen, snowbirds, and sports fans can find heaven through the field transmission of perpendicular motion with the guidance and nearness of perpendicular rotation. So we understand that the field release of the binding forces of field capture is foundational for transmission. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Not only is this the end of the lesson, it's the end of the basic transmission series. So thank you for allowing me to present, and I hope you enjoy this trip.
Hello?
You're on.
The teaching has gotten shorter, Alex. Did they cut your pay or something? And so it's being reflected in your teaching?
What?
Hopefully you're still getting the same pay.
We have yes, yes, I have. We have spent a lot of time setting up foundation, but we really have to discriminate between being physically dominant and being plasma dominant. That has become the tripping point, if you will. That's the way I see it, because we've tried to understand the different dimensions. So the dimension that we're talking about is the basic transmission. And this becomes very, very important because all of a sudden we can do remote feeding, remote healing, remote communication. How do we do that? These are all forms of transmission. And these forms of transmission are unlike any of the forms of transmission that we have grown up with in this present era. So, yeah, we like to drive our fast motorcycles, and we like to spin our lathes, sharpen our tools. But the tool that really needs sharpening and being engaged is the soul of physicality and its interaction with our soul. Because that's the transmission that matters.
You were talking about field release, and I was in pain release. I was thinking about the pain pen. Does that work in the same manner as releasing fields, or is this a different process when we use a pain pen?
So if you were clairvoyant,
Yeah. Say again, please.
if you were clairvoyant,
Clairvoyant, okay.
you would be able to see the aura. And so the aura kind of flows around, and you see the background of this picture, you see a plasmatic field.
Mm-hmm.
You see the radiance going around the inner space. So that's what your aura is doing. So your aura is not in the physical dimension in that regard. But because if you're clairvoyant and so you can see the colors, that means actually that the aura is part of the physical domain. But most of us can't see the aura. So the aura is part of the physical domain and we can't see it. Isn't that strange? And so when you find that someone who is clairvoyant and they can see the aura, what do they see? They will actually see a binding. And that binding will be right over the physical area where the pain sits. So why is it bound up? And if you ever try to unravel a piece of string, sometimes even there isn't a knot, it still gets bound up. And the more you pull, the more it binds. So how do you do this? How do you unravel the binding? So first of all, you have to address it. Dear binding, let me soothe you. Let me try and massage the binding out. So please relax. And once it relaxes, you'll find that the binding will release. And then you just have to let it go. And once that binding is gone, and all the subsequent energy that that binding has drawn in through its gravitational conformity, now you can release that. In the process of releasing, and now you can retrieve what you need. So that answers your question on that regard, but I have more to add, but please go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I'm just wondering, is the pain pen working in a different way than this? If we're talking about releasing pain, is the pain pen doing that, or is it tying up the signal, or is it balancing the area? I'm not really clear on that. Maybe you could share your understanding. Misty says some that see auras don't have to be physically present to tell the colors or area.
Right. So I thought I did answer your question. The pain pen releases the binding.
So why, if I had heard, and I think it was explained, about if another person applies the pain pen, it actually could work better if they put it in their right hand? This is what I had heard. Again, I have to be careful about what Daniel told us, but I think that was part of the teachings at one time. That if someone else held the pain pen, it actually worked better.
Okay, so you have to look at two things now.
Okay.
First, a person has more mass than a pen.
A what?
A person has more mass than a pen.
Okay.
Right? The pen doesn't hold the man holds the pen.
Right,
If
Okay.
If it's the right hand is the giver, the left hand is the taker. What is that person who's holding the pain pen giving? If that person is giving pain, then you will be absorbing that pain. And this is one of the problems that healers have. You've heard of healers who lay hands?
Oh, yeah. Done it myself.
The problem for them is that sometimes they let their guard down and they absorb the field that the, shall we say, the client releases.
Okay.
All right. So now that field is bound within the healer. And then that healer can then in turn transfer that energy to someone else. So a highly skilled healer will put up a barrier and not absorb that release. Which brings me to the second point that I wanted to draw. And that is, in the field release and the nature of the field release, in order for you to maintain a maggrav stability, you have to have an emission, and that facilitates the absorption. What is it that you emit? And so there are two things. One, you emit things that you don't want or don't need. And two, you emit things that you do want. But how does that work? Because you have to exchange that energy with another maggrav field. So that which you want to emit, which you don't want, you want to send that to somewhere where it would not be detrimental. So when you talk about the pain pen, that will extract the energy from the pain source. So in the process of extracting that energy, that binding energy, it has now taken it away because the pain pen is a weaker state. The higher energy feeds the lower energy. So by creating an extremely small gravitational field, it attracts the magnetical emission, which we call pain. Now, the other thing that you do want to emit is you want to emit the understanding of peace and prosperity on this planet. You don't need to emit that to yourself, because that is the essence of who you are. So now you emit that as part of your emotion, or you emit that as part of your mental state, and you encourage that. And how do you do that? Because that becomes the seed for the growth of the new field. The seed is obviously smaller than you, as the seed of the plant is smaller. You know, pumpkin seed is much smaller than a pumpkin. The watermelon seed is smaller than a watermelon, right? So this is what you're setting up. And now you are emitting what you want. But you don't want it for yourself. You want it on behalf of someone else. And this is the key. So that someone else can benefit from that which you have given. And in the process, the combination of the two, from your field release to the other person's field capture, creates a much stronger maggrav field. How we doing?
It sounds excellent. If I could only understand it.
magnetical gravitational interaction. One needs the other. And you have a choice. What do you want to breed? So do you want to go around and say, oh, I have all this pain. Would you like my pain? I will be gladly give it to you. And everybody's going around, no thanks, nah.
I have enough to share with everyone.
Yes. That's right. Okay, so you admit what you want, and this is the whole point. So if you see someone who is spreading, terror, that's what they will get. They are spreading the seeds of terror.
Very nice. I see Alenka has her microphone open. I'm not sure if that's inadvertent or she wanted to share something. It could be inadvertent. I'll just mute it. Alenka? Okay, no problem.
Alenka is carrying on her shoulders the entire Spanish community today.
Good. Now, when you say, or let me just open it up to the participants, would someone like to bring in a question or share something? Again, no one's critical here. We're all going to listen to what you have to share, because I heard somebody say something very interesting this week, that they said everyone has knowledge, every single person has knowledge that I don't have. It may be, oh, I think Alenka opened her mic up again, so.
Yes, finally I could.
Could you come a little closer, please?
Okay, just a moment.
Right. As I was saying, that every person has knowledge that I don't have. So I need to respect that and realize that I don't carry all the knowledge. Many people have different knowledges that I don't have. So being on this soul level where we're all equal, we can feel free to share our knowledge with the other ones, because a lot of people don't have the knowledge you have. And so it's valuable. Yes, Alenka, please.
Yes, my daughter can not only see the aura, but she can read. The aura has all the information of your body, of your mind, of your and some of your soul. So it is not only physical, but it is physical because it can be seen, it can be felt also, but it also has a part that is only energetic. And she can read, for example, how old are you, what are your thoughts, how do you feel, if you're lying, not lying, if you're saying the truth. She can read a lot of information in the aura of a person. But she cannot just see everything of just openly from everybody. She has to concentrate.
Well, that was very nice for a mother to share this knowledge with her daughter.
Yes. Well, no, I didn't teach her. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought you were going to say, I taught her how to read the auras. Okay.
No. She brought it with, it was something that she brought with her birth, from her birth. I didn't know that she could see, and she thought that everybody saw what she was seeing. But only when she was about 16 or 15, somewhere around that time, I realized, and she said that if that was the aura, she could see, and that she thought that everybody could see it.
I heard a very similar story to that. There were a couple called the Warrens, and they used to go around and sort of check in on spirits or people having trouble. And they were very devout Catholics and everything. But Mrs. Warren told a story about when she was in Catholic school, how she could see the auras around different people. And she thought the same thing, that everyone else could see the auras. And when she explained it to the nun, I guess the nun got quite strict with her and said, "Don't ever talk about that again."
Yes.
She had thought that everyone, she thought she didn't think she was unique. She thought everyone else could see the auras, but they couldn't. Just what you're saying.
Yes. Yes, that's what happened with Katrine also. And no, she was, I think that she was about 17 years old. She was out of school, of high school already, because she thought that everybody could see the same thing. And that was a discovery when I talked that I was learning about seeing the aura, the aura.
And
So
maybe
she said,
yeah, I was thinking maybe we will develop certain glasses or systems where we could kind of see that in a
we
way. I know,
can develop, there are
yes,
some ways that you can train your eyes to to not focus. You have to see as in a panoramic way, not focused on a determined point, but seeing all around you, the 180 degrees around.
right. That Kirlian photography definitely confirms that. Those cameras are rather expensive, but how did she figure out what the different energies or colors meant in a way? Or,
That was the knowledge that she brought with
wow.
her. Yes, she knows. She can see what the person can expect in the near future also.
Ah.
hmm That and maybe sometimes she can see when the person is going to die also. And she doesn't need to be seeing the person. She doesn't have to be present. She can do it through
Yep.
a photograph
Yeah.
or through a video. And sometimes she can also feel the aura, even if if she's not seeing the person, but just talking to her through the
Wow.
phone.
Well, I know Mr. Kesh said in the future, or once we understand it, you could actually read your lover's mind, your husband's mind, your wife's
That's
mind. He
right.
said, but he said you may not want to do that.
That's what happens with her. She doesn't like to do it with the closer persons around her. For example, she won't read my aura. Though I have asked her,
Mm,
she refuses to do it.
okay. I thought the auras were Alex, maybe you can help, but I thought the auras were sort of energies that you were releasing. In other words, we all interact with the environment and we release and we gather energies, but isn't the aura the energies that are being released, or is it like a flashlight shining from inside you? And others, it penetrates the skin in a way and you can see that. I've never worked with auras per se, but I know that Kirlian photography definitely shows the existence, presence of it. Even with the Gans water, they've done that. We've seen some of these high-powered sort of night vision or advanced night vision that are put on helicopters and things, and where they took it to certain events. I think one of the knowledge seekers did that. Might have been in Romania or other places where they could actually see, and we have pictures of it, where they could see the energies of the Ganses versus the plasma water and the rest of it. I'm sure someone remembers that teaching or those pictures that were shared at one time. But yeah, that's amazing that we all have these energy fields around us. Yeah.
There is a camera. It is called Kirlian
Yes.
that can take photos of the aura.
And I think our soul is obviously, Mr. Kesh said, the best sensing device we have, our skin, our soul. So it does give us some certain messages sometime, again, without even being there in a way. It's a beautiful scout, and it's something that we need to learn to use a little bit more or a lot more. But she came with the package, huh?
Yes, yes. She is what's called an indigo. Her aura is indigo.
What does that mean?
Indigo color is something like
Oh, okay.
a sort of blue. One kind of blue.
I'll answer your question, Mark, by asking Alenka a question.
Go right ahead. Come on in, everyone. The water's fine. Alenka's
Well, as
splashing
much
and
as I can.
Alex is enjoying too.
Well, I have
Yes.
a funny story, and I want to find out if Alenka has a granddaughter or a grandchild.
Yes, I have. I have three,
Oh,
four granddaughters.
so the daughter with the aura, is she a mother?
Yes, yes. And her child can heal with her hands, and
The
she
aura.
can see in dreams what's going to happen sometimes if it affects her.
Can she see the aura of the children?
You know, I haven't. I don't know. I have never thought about that, and I haven't asked her. Maybe she
Well,
can. I don't know.
because she's refusing to look at your aura, and I understand that.
Yes.
Funny story I wanted to tell you about is that I had a friend of mine who taught me about auras, and
Mm-hmm.
getting very frustrated because his family knew that he could see auras. And
Yeah,
the thing, what is first of all instructive, is that the color of the aura can change based on the emotional interaction of the person.
that's right.
So he could tell when someone was lying.
Yes, that's right. The aura is continuously changing.
What he could tell when someone was flying, you said, Alex?
No, no, lying,
Oh, lying. Okay,
telling fibs.
gotcha.
So
Mm-hmm. Yes, they can.
this was very embarrassing when he was at an aura, when there was a gentleman who was, describing his techniques of using auras, and you know, he could
Mm-hmm.
see that the speaker was lying, uh, up stories. But anyway, that's not the story I wanted to tell you. But the story was that his daughter would frustrate him because she would lie on purpose.
Oh.
The reason that she would lie on purpose is she knew that it would frustrate him. That is hilarious, isn't it?
Sure. She did it on purpose to hurt him.
That on purpose, yes. Oh, you can read the aura? Well, there. Ask me a question.
Yes. No, I could not read the aura. I was learning how to see the aura, but not how to read it. That's something more deeper in knowledge.
Well,
I cannot read.
yeah, but the one thing we all know for sure at that meeting, and you tell me if I'm correct, you
Yes.
wouldn't be here if your daughter could see malicious intent in the auras of the panelists.
If I could see, if she could see,
We couldn't really hear you clearly, Alex.
yes.
I'll try it again. So
Okay.
if your daughter could see the aura of the panelists on this meeting, and
Yes.
if she saw intent, I
Well,
submit you
If she
wouldn't be
saw, you went out again, Alex. If she saw what?
malicious intent.
Okay.
mm-hmm. Yes. She could see, if, for
Yep.
example, if you ask her, look, what couldn't you see the aura of such and such a person?
I'm submitting to you that you would not be at this meeting if she could see auras of malicious intent to all the people who are at this meeting.
Oh, why? Because, well, first of all, she would not be just out of the blue, like you see the face of everybody. She would not be seeing the aura of all the people. She would have to focus on someone to be able to see the information in the aura.
Ah, okay. So she is being selective.
Yes, that's right. It's not like, well, probably when she was a little girl, she could see everybody's aura just like that. Because sometimes she would simply see some point and she was out of this world, seeing other things. But at this point, she has trained herself not to just simply see a person and see the aura. Then, if she wants to see the information in that person, then she has to concentrate and see. I don't know. How could I say? She uses her eyes in a different way than when we try to see something. It's sometimes she looks as if she was, how do you call those people that have their eyes focusing in the center of their
cross-eye?
nose, for example?
The cross-eye?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Oh.
Sometimes she has to cross her eyes to see the aura. And sometimes she simply sees in a panoramic way.
Does she feel self-conscious that she has this, let's call it talent?
No, not at all.
Because sometimes that's an inhibiting factor, isn't it? You know, you're very good at something and then you just don't want to show it.
What happens is that when we discovered that she could see this when she was about 17 or 18 years old. So during all her infancy, she had no, how could I say, she was not put against her this difference because she didn't think that that she was different. So and when she discovered it, then she had to go to study her, how to say, in grade school. And then when she returned, there was many things happened that she decided to, because I was part of a cooperative that was promoting the integrative medicine. Then I brought her into the cooperative so that she could help some people that had problems and she could see their problems in their aura. So she started working on that, and then she didn't continue with her studies because she felt that that was what she should do.
And it's stayed with her. She hasn't lost it.
No, she hasn't lost it. So she helps, for example, she gives counseling to some companies, to some business, on what to buy, what not to buy, and she also gives coaching, life coaching.
What is the opinion of her husband?
No, she's not married. She had she couldn't have any babies because she had some problems with her uterus, and she had a boyfriend, and they went to Sedona, Arizona, and it seems that she got pregnant there. And on their way back, they broke up, and she came back to Nicaragua, Honduras. At the time, I was living in Honduras, and she didn't know that she was pregnant until 4 months afterwards. So it was a great surprise. Her boyfriend didn't think that it was his. So the girl was born without her being married. So she has her last name. So
So,
she for us it was like a miracle for her to have this baby. She's a little girl. Now she's 9 years old.
Did she, so I would assume then at that point that she didn't understand the skill with respect to the aura? Would
Of
she,
course, no, she didn't. No.
she wouldn't have made the mistake, right?
Huh? She
She
was
wouldn't,
what?
she wouldn't have,
Oh, because, well, she really, really, really desired a baby.
my
That's
God.
when, maybe because she had been told that she could not have any babies. That's why maybe it was something like a great desire for her.
Oh my God, this is a great story. So, oh, Alenka, thank you so much. I know how difficult it is for you to relate this, but you know, what you've talked about is so profound.
Yes, I know. And so she has her baby. She manifested her.
What a story.
And she is really very special because she is pure love. She can feel when she is nearby to someone whether that person is in great need of love. And so she goes and hugs the person. And then she tells me, oh, Grandma, this person needed that hug. She can feel the the emotions of the persons that are close to her or walking by also.
how does your
Sometimes she,
daughter feel about the Keshe knowledge? Does it
excuse me?
fit? Does your daughter's understanding of this plasma technology fit within her?
No, she doesn't want to know about the plasma.
Mm-hmm.
But my granddaughter does, and she has used it, and she has been amazed at at the results. But my daughter, no. I
Well,
think that maybe she feels something like competition. I think so.
and I think we all have a lot of capabilities that we'll be discovering.
We all have the
Yes,
capabilities. We
yes.
simply sometimes we, how do you say, you
Deny?
you deny. That's right. You deny that you are capable of doing those things. Sometimes it's the education in which you have been brought up. For example, in some religions, they consider those things
Yep,
uh,
yep.
like well, in the first place, not of course it is not normal because not everybody develops those abilities. But sometimes they even consider them as if they are diabolic or
Right.
satanic.
They're working with Diablo.
Yes,
Yep,
that's right.
yep.
So they don't understand what happens. I think that it is that we have many programs in our um, as we would say as a computer configured in our being, but we don't develop them. But there are many things that we could do if we would, in the first place, develop it, and then, in the second place, have a higher vibration. Because the the things at the lower vibrations, the denser ones, are the ones that are common to our physicality. And we have more programs that are configured in our being, but we don't open them and use them. But we could, if we knew all the things that we can do,
Right.
we would be able to expand our consciousness.
Agree
And
100%. But when we hear others saying you're crazy, you shouldn't mess with that. This is something
yes, that's what happens
they turn
exactly.
us away from it. We want to be like them, so we say, okay, I'll push that aside now. I that's something I have, but I don't understand it, and they're telling me that's nothing you should be entertaining. And so
Yes,
imagine if we had a world like with what the knowledge seekers are going to do about teaching the children the science and things from a very early age. I think they'll make huge progress in it.
yes, that's right. But we try to cover it up because that's what we've been taught.
Yes, yes.
That that is not normal, and that you're going to be told that you're crazy or something like that. I've seen many cases that the parents um, have tried to have those children to hide those
Correct.
differences. hmm
Yep.
And some of those children develop some illnesses due to the fact that the parents are forcing them against
Yeah.
their natural being. So it is we could really develop much more than we do.
Agree. Agree. That's the abuse of us by the certain structures.
Yes, but it
But
is important
I agree.
that if you want to develop those abilities to vibrate in a higher frequency.
Is your daughter a humble person?
No,
No,
I tell her that she's a megalomaniac.
but she does have this ability.
I think so. She thinks that she can do everything. And well, and she has achieved some things that we thought would be impossible. Helping others.
Mm. And can she see it out of what we call inanimate objects? Like if I was going to buy a car and I had her with me, would she say, no, this car is going to have problems? I sense it. I
Yes,
can see. She can do that.
yes, yes, she can do that. She
Alex, on
has
your
helped
next sports car, you know who to call.
because she says that the car also has a vibration,
Mm,
and that the energies of the previous owners would
right.
probably be there.
Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. I think, as he said, we're going to travel to places and bring back the stories of what we've seen and experienced there. So we're going to have a
Yes.
lot of time to tell our experiences, I think, in the future. And I think some of those are going to be very fantastic to the point
Oh
where
yes,
even the knowledge seekers would almost have a little bit of doubt about it, but hopefully not too much.
that's right.
Oh, that's great.
Well, that's just a small part of what we can do
I
as
agree.
humans.
I agree. Anyone else want to come in? Or is there more you'd like to share, Alenka, on this?
Well, I think that's enough for the moment.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much, Alenka.
Thank you.
So, Alex, when you say the matter state is the lowest energy state, what about the other lower energies like Tiso and the rest of it? Alenka, I'm just going to mute you. Aren't there lower energy states than the matter state? If we were to look at it, I know Mr. Keshe said he'll get into teaching about these in the future time, but, and I know the creator starts with very low, weaker fields. So would there be lower energy states than the matter state? I think yes, but I'm just asking you for what you're thinking about that.
I need to clarify your question a little bit, first of all, because all the states are matter state.
Okay.
The physical state and the plasmatic state are all matter states. And that's where part of the confusion comes in. So the physical state is also a plasma state. It is the lowest energy state of all the plasma states. This is why I'm trying to differentiate.
Okay, so even if it's pico, it's still matter state, lower energy.
Right.
Okay.
It's still part of the physical matter state.
Got it. Got it. Would you consider nano in that, or is that a different dimension? Nano.
Nano is in a physical state. Because you have
Okay.
You can nano coat a copper wire, right? So that's in the physical state. The sp3 is a diamond in the nano coating state, and so that's a physicality. This is the whole point that everybody's missing, except because it's so highly gravitational, it has created a special kind of transmission. And that transmission is in the physicality. But what we have to understand is that the physical state is a byproduct. So therefore, the transmission in the physical state is also a byproduct. Everyone's missing this. This is the inertia field. So if we become physically dominant, we are inertia dominant. So this past discussion that we've had with Alenka, the aura is a physical materialization of the emotional energy coming from the soul of physicality. The aura is a product of the soul of physicality and its interaction with the environment. Because the soul of physicality and the interaction with the environment creates the manifestation of the physicality. So the physicality of the body and the emission of the aura are both in the physical state. It's just that the aura is of a higher frequency than the physical frequency. So when you look at the periodic table of elements and you find that hydrogen is number one, so it is in the physical state, but it is of a higher energy. It's more magnetical. When you look at something that is like uranium, it has more mass, it is more gravitational. So it is binding more energy. So the binding of the energy is gravitational. The flowing of the energy is magnetical. The point being, though, that you can only go down so far and you can no longer contain that. And then it squirts out. And it can't squirt out physically because the physical energy is binding. So if it squirts out, it's no longer bound. It flips from gravitational to magnetical. This is where you have the shift from transmission to transition.
Could I share the screen for a moment?
By all means.
Okay, just gonna do a couple things here. And this is what I was talking about a little farther down. Now the soul of the man is ready, and this transition will not take long, because once you are enlightened, even ayatollahs and popes will become enlightened and put the fallacies created by them on the table and walk away. From the robes they wore to, in a way, fools will accept any more leadership and leading their souls. Man will understand the totality of the creation, and with this, it will bring peace. The size of the land, the color of the body, and the rest will have no more meaning, as our soul is colorless and nationless, as it belongs and is connected to its creator. I made the man in the image of myself. In effect, is the true essence of the image of the soul of the man, which reflects and is very similar to soul of the creator, but in essence, in a different amount and size and the strength within it. And here's what you were talking about, containment. Needs no containment and has no end and no beginning. Anyone want to comment on that? But in essence, in a different amount and size and the strength within it. So you're really, is that what they say, Alex? A chip off the old block? But just in a different size and strength and amount of.
Well,
maybe this is part of the maturing process.
the chip off the block is of the same nature. The chip off the old block is like the seed of the plant.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, one of the ways in propagation is through grafting. So, you know, you even bypass the whole seed process. You can take a fresh branch and graft it onto an existing stalk, and it will grow. And there are reasons for this, okay? So that gets you know, very complex, but so it has to do with the energy exchange and the sensitivity of the materials that are involved. So if it's extremely gravitational, then that ability will be curtailed. But if it's magnetical, then so for instance, stem cells would be considered magnetical.
This is the other part I wanted to bring, where Mr. Keshe said, I used to negotiate between British government and Russian satellite countries and all sorts of things, running between Downing Street and different capitals and trying to keep the Eastern Bloc opened up and hold on to it. And I see the same situation now. Even the big powers, we have to bring them to be a player. Otherwise, it'll become a mayhem. And when I explain to the other world leaders why I do it and the way it has to be done, they say, you planned everything. You're planning to start ruling this planet. I said, no, I give the freedom for people to rule themselves. And it has to be correct. To get the Americans to find out that they're lost in Ukraine, they're losing in Palestine, and then they go in one direction, trying to force their superiority in a different way with other wars, or join us to work with us, that there is no superiority. We are all superior. This is one of the biggest jobs now we have in knowledge seekers, is battling with governments at the moment. You have to understand, one of the biggest nations on this planet getting the second humiliation that actually took, they're trying to stop the humiliation in Gaza. They've taken over what you call Israeli army. Now the Israeli army is working directly on the instruction of the White House. They have bypassed what you call Netanyahu. You will see, you will understand. And there's a second defeat for them after Ukraine, when Russia, now we don't hear much about Ukraine because it was so big. Now they found out they sold, they did. Now we have to find accommodation that America doesn't feel humiliated again. So we have to find a place of accommodation for them to be accommodated, to be part of the game. And of course, earlier on, he said the two biggest governments, I think he said. So doesn't this sound like the Americans are being brought in, or they've had a taste or an interaction with some of this plasma technology, and that they're being brought in, and Mr. Keshe is trying to keep them from being humiliated another time in this whole process? Alex, is that what it
Well, you
seems
really
like
want
that to me, that America is on board now, or coming on board, let's say. They're walking up the gangplank in a way, getting on
Okay.
this plasma ship.
As a Canadian,
Hmm?
as a Canadian, I'm proud to be Canadian. Okay. You hear me?
Yes, can you start again? I heard in Canada, or I'm a Canadian. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm a Canadian, and I'm very proud to be a Canadian. And I'm also proud to be a neighbor of the Americans. In fact, Canadians are quite envious of Americans because America is not a democracy, it's a republic. So it is, you know, the last bastion of hope for humanity. And Americans are very patriotic. And Americans have a strong feeling and a strong love for their country. We feel that. You know, for some of us, you know, it extends into what we call jingoism, which, you know, so they become extreme in their Americanism. Okay, but the thing is that they have a passion for America. So I would like to answer your question this way. First of all, there's a lot of Canadians and a lot of Americans who are emigrating to Costa Rica. And there's a lot of immigrants coming through the southern border of the United States. And I question, first of all, is they are traveling past Costa Rica. I don't understand why they don't find Costa Rica so attractive. But I don't want an answer to that question. What I want to say is this. We are of the belief that these people are coming into America to subvert our society. And maybe on the surface, this is the intention. But if you look at everyone who's come here since Christopher Columbus and seen the mistake that Christopher Columbus made, he came to America, discovered paradise, and ruined it. And now was actually brought his own demise as well, because he's one of the only people in our history who's been convicted and tried of incompetence. You can see that the incompetence that is extensive around this world is not, reprimanded enough. But the point being is that we are all immigrants, except those who were here before us. So Christopher Columbus didn't discover America. He discovered what other people already knew. It was his discovery to himself. So all of us who've come here have come for the express purpose of contributing to this great land. We came as refugees. We came from World War II. We came to contribute. And we did. Because we brought peace and prosperity, because we knew about war. We knew what it meant, and we knew what it brought, which wasn't very much. And so we didn't want to bring that. We brought more. And so I submit to you that all of these immigrants who are now coming into America will be singing God Bless America and will become contributing citizens to this country, and this country will be stronger than ever because we will be assisting their souls, but their souls have already known that, you know, America is the promised land, and they will come here and they will contribute, because even a dog does not make a mess in its own cage. Thanks, Mark.
Right, as Mr. Keshe is saying here, that, you know, we're being embarrassed and losing face, and this is something we are working extensively with 2-3 governments to bring about, to bring Americans into play. So I think I see it about to appear, Alex. As the Americans are brought into collaboration with the Chinese, perhaps the Russians and some others, I don't know the extent of it, but this is one of the major linchpins, I think, that can go one way or another. And of course, if we go the opposite way, it's not going to be fun for us. And hopefully the Americans have started to listen. We know they know about it. As Mr. Keshe said, the Iranians are flying craft over this country every day, but our systems, our radar systems, don't have the ability to detect it. So I think, and they've seen what happened with a couple of other demonstrations in certain waters and the rest of it. So hopefully someone is listening deep within the government to bring about to bring the Americans into this collaboration, and then working on the shared future with the Chinese for all of the governments, and then that merging into the one planet, one nation, one race. So I think we're very close. We've been close before, but this may be one of the final pushes. That,
well, Americans are not belligerent. Americans are patriotic.
right, it's just to have the government announce it. This is what we want, the collaboration and cooperation between the major powers, that we can all benefit from this, rather than starting another war to show how much power we have or don't have. So this is a beautiful phase that we're going through now, even though, as Mr. Keshe said, a few souls had to suffer. It seems like more than a few to me, but he's used to dealing on those bigger numbers.
Well, you wouldn't be leading these sessions, Mark, if you weren't a patriot. That's a fact.
Okay.
So I thank you.
Well, thank all of us. We're all bringing the change. Anyone else want to join the discussion before we bring the meeting to a close?
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Jefferson, hello.
Hello. Hello, Alex. Hello, everybody. I'd like just before finishing, that we can take 1 minute or two to give our best energy to Diane. That is, as I understood, she is in need. We can just give it to her, our best energy, and she can take whatever she wants, just a few seconds. And I would like also say thank you to Alenka for bringing this view about the aura. And if you all or we all have the opportunity to read book number 3, where Mr. Keshe explained in a very direct way that we cannot reproduce here due to the copyrights of the books. And it explains a lot about the way the magnetosphere is created in the whole universe in different levels of strength. And the aura basically is the connection through the soul, the cell, from the body, physicality, the emotion, the feelings, and the soul. Even the soul of creator has his aura or his magnetosphere due to the interaction of fields between gravitational and magnetic, and the mass, that difference of the mass that created this magnetosphere. And we'll have the opportunity to read book number 3. It's calmly, it's amazing. That's Alex is explaining step by step. We can understand better how things work, and the movement, and the way it works. But I would like to bring it, Alenka. After I read this in the book, I was just thinking about the way to make some exercise to see normally we feel the aura, and we feel the emotion of the people as long as we want to be open to it, to help it or whatever. But during the sunrise and the sunset, if you give it back to the sunlight and you watch your shadow and keep on looking around your shadow, it's very interesting. You can see your own aura from the physicality through the shadow. It's a very nice, I think, exercise that we can understand the size and the strength of at least the first layer or 2 layers, and the distance from ourselves. And it's just something that I made, and I thought, oh, I will say to the group that is a very interesting exercise to make to ourselves, just to check the aura or the magnetosphere of our own shadow. During the sunset and the sunrise are best, because the energy of this time of the sun interacting with the earth is very powerful. We can see very many colors and many things. That's what I would like to add to this meeting. Thank you very much, Alex, Mark, and everyone for being here. Thank you.
Hello, Jefferson. Thank you very much. I want to say that you are actually on the right track there, because I'm really glad that you brought that up. It's an interesting way to for some of us to learn how to do that. From my understanding, and Alenka brought it up earlier, is to diverge from the focal point, to go to the extreme left or the right or of the eye. So what you want to look is at the periphery, at the extreme periphery. And so when you look at the sunrise and the sunset, just as it's coming over the horizon, that is the most extreme angle that the sunlight hits the earth. And so that is, I think, the explanation of what you're seeing there, Jefferson. I never thought of that, so I really thank you for bringing that up. It only makes sense also because when you're talking about the aura and the fact that it is part of the physicality, and yet it is an emotion that is emitted and is a inertia field that is created from the soul of the body. So the soul of the body is actually emitting that, and that is a product of its interaction with the soul, which is one of the reasons why it is emitting a color, because it is reflecting the emotion of the interaction between the soul of the body and the soul of the man. and it is on the periphery, on the extreme periphery of the vision. Because as it comes more and more into the focal point of the vision, then it becomes more and more physical. So this is a classic explanation that you've brought up, Jefferson, of why only a few people at this point in time have the capability of seeing an aura. And it seems like a very special skill, yet all of us have this skill. So it is cultivated. And they didn't specifically go out to cultivate it. They just inherited it and accepted it. And this is, the rest of us have rejected it based on, our upbringing and our social environment and all the other things, along with denial and all the things that Alenka was talking about. So I'm just absolutely amazed in how this conversation has dovetailed together. And I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue with this presentation. And I really want to thank you for all your contributions, because it's really very, very powerful. Over to you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's take 2 minutes and we will elevate Diane and give her the energy she needs. For those who joined us later on, there was a message from Diane's daughter, Melissa. Hi, guys. I'm Diane Smith's daughter. Ray wants me to let you know Diane won't be with us for a while. She has had a stroke and is in the ICU at Penticton Regional Hospital. Please let Rick know. I forwarded this message already to Rick. She won't be here Monday or Tuesday. Please send her love and good energies. Ray's listening as usual. Blessed be. So let's take 2 minutes and give from our souls to Diane, that her soul can take whatever energies if needed, whatever she needs if she needs it, and just elevate her condition. So let's start now for 2 minutes. Thank you. And thank you all for giving love and energies to Diane to use as her soul deems necessary, or if needed. The energies are there, Diane, and hope we see you very soon. Thank you, everyone. Anyone else have anything else before we close? I just want to say, may you be proud of the work you do, and that work is going to be increasing. The person you are and the difference you make in this world of creation and our position in the universe right now. And again, just because the others aren't here, we're just sort of the forerunners. We just understood a little bit more before the others, but as we learn and gather more of this, they'll all be taught the same. And I can see the interest continues to grow in this understanding of the creation and the creator. So thank you all. I think I will play Alex's video on volunteering and then the final disclaimer. The Brazilians created it. Alex, do you want to give us a little history on this video, if you could? Keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Anything you want to say on this regard, in this regard?
Well, it just reflects how well organized the Brazilian community is, because this was on their own inspiration, and they were very kind to ask me to contribute the English part, and you know, it was a wonderful opportunity. So, but it has to do with the organization and the energy coming from the Brazilian community.
Very good. So this is part of the reason and the understanding why some of these things in the shop cost money in the store, or the sessions and so on. But I think Alex and then Mr. Keshe will explain a little bit more. I'll play the final disclaimer after that. Again, the private classes are starting tomorrow. You may want to look at the schedule, but I think the orientation is on Tuesday. And of course, Tuesday, we also have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race in the public Zoom room. You're welcome to join. Wednesday is the reactor group, which continues on after 7 and so many years. Thank you, Rick Kremen. And also the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Friday, the Brazilian teaching on Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, the Brazilian teaching on Friday. And there's many, if you look in the schedule or look on the social medias, there are many different organizations from the Bangladesh to the African team to the Spanish team and the rest, all through Europe, Italy, and so on and so forth. Even the Russians have a knowledge-seeking group there as well. So you can see those and you can join the public meetings. You're all invited since they're public. And hopefully we see you in about a week or so for another meeting here with the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Thank you for being here and thank you for bringing the change. We're all part of bringing the change. So thank you all. And thank you, Jefferson, for reminding us of Diane. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Mark.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it. literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow a tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged and you're on dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
And of course, this is the offering that's coming up on the 19th, I believe, this Friday, the third Friday of every month from January to June. You can find this in the Keshe Foundation store, and you can volunteer and be part of this process. Thank you all for listening and being here today. I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Or actually, I think I'll play the wellness system. This is the system Mr. Keshe was referencing in the video we just saw, and then the final disclaimer. Thank you all again for bringing the change and being part of it.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.